give people a few minutes to join and introduce ourselves. I was just sharing, we had a fantastic happy hour kickoff yesterday, but in terms of logistics, I think people got confused. What is in person? What is virtual? So I hope I did send a few reminders. So I hope more people will give some time for people to join. But feel free to share any slides or anything you'd like
Yes,
to
yes.
for people to see. But like I was just sharing how what a fabulous, inspiring story you have supporting entrepreneurs and building an AI app, and which has both social impact as well. Amazing tech that literally takes. We've been talking with Alexis before, and I was like, of course, I saw a demo of her app, which is basically a progressive web app that
Yeah.
is powered by AI. I was like, this is amazing. How did you build it? And she said that her husband built it himself. And for me, it looked like it takes at least 10 developers to build something like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um, our goal was to uh, uh, showcase both things today.
Mhm.
And of course, this will be a start of the GDG for Good. So GDG
Yeah.
for Good is
Yeah.
something that starts with this DevFest that basically showcases technology that impacts people's lives and people's economic situations. So that's why I nominated. As part of our DevFest NYC, I was happy to nominate Alexis and David to be the first ones who can be part of this. And this is just the beginning, and um, we are planning to collaborate more with Google in the coming year to make this a staple and a big part of the Google developer community. And oh, I see you're using the fabulous DevFest slides. That's
Yes, yes.
fantastic.
I'm so grateful that we connected, and this is something that I always like to share the story of how we met, because it was through Women Tech Makers, Google Women Tech Maker group, and connecting during the pandemic. And that is just something that is so exciting, I think, for this technology for good, because we have people from all over the world we've never met in person, although it feels like we have. And that's something that's really core to the one of the problems and pain points that we were feeling as entrepreneurs, of course, during the pandemic. So it kind of leads into our why we started focusing on this goal and our path. So I'm so grateful that I met you, and that Google provided, of course, that environment for us to be able to come together, because we shared those values and missions. So this is very exciting for us to present today.
That's awesome. Yes, I didn't mention that Alexis among. Please, I'm sure you introduce yourself, but Alexis is Women Take Makers Ambassador,
Yes.
which is, of course, also one of my big passions to support women in tech in every way. So, as I was mentioning, we have this fabulous presentation, which
Yes.
will kick
Dive right
off
in.
soon. Then we have the communication workshop with another fantastic a founder and a coach who also is very passionate about supporting women in tech. Of course, it's not just for women; it's anybody who supports
Yeah.
women. So all the men are welcome as well.
All
We
are
are as
welcome. Let this have to be
exclusive as
our
we get.
story.
And yeah, I was just sharing earlier that Alexis has a She Transact app, which is focused on women founders, but also We Transact, which is inclusive for everybody. Is that correct,
We
Alexis?
have an exciting update, actually, that now they've consolidated, and that's something that I'm excited to share today, and really officially make the announcement. During our stealth mode, of course, we started out for female founders. Those are the groups that I was a part of, and of course, firsthand, really understood the challenges and the difficulties and the problems that we were facing as a community. But what was exciting is that as we started trying to figure this out for ourselves, and we started connecting with more and more communities, whether they were in another country or they were another underserved group of founders or even innovators that didn't want to necessarily create a company but were maybe in one part of the innovation process, such as coming up with a really incredible technology or something that they could patent that then could be handed off or strategically given to a founder to create a company with this amazing new product. There's so many paths now that we realize we've really tapped into something here. And why keep it to one group? Let's go for the greater good, which leads into our presentation today. And so She Transacts is now officially expanded for We Transact. So it is fully inclusive and it's for everyone. And we're very excited about that transition and that expansion and didn't expect it to happen so soon.
Oh, that is a great update. So, so do you say that I know we talked about it before, and that would be well, we can start soon, but
Yes.
um, you said that it's a progressive web app that's standalone that you provide
Yeah.
to founders to use
Yeah.
themselves. Is that so? You are sort of like open sourcing the entire um, project.
We created the web app, and I'll definitely go through. Maybe I should just dive in because I feel like that's gonna get to it real quick. But we are
Oh, okay. Okay, we
we're
can save that for
Yeah,
later,
yeah,
of
I think
course.
it's exactly where we're going. So I'm happy to wait a couple minutes, or I can just jump right in, whichever you prefer based on.
Well, yeah, we can definitely begin. And we are recording this, so of
Okay,
course we'll make it widely
available.
available for others who may not join live.
Awesome.
Um, yes. Are we waiting for David as well?
David will be joining us in the second half. I'm definitely going
Oh,
to just
okay.
go over kind of the story, and then as we go through the demo portion, David's coming on. We're multitasking as a small startup and making the time slot, available for everybody.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we do have our schedule is we do have until 2 p.m.
Okay.
So we hope we can go through
Yes.
everything you'd like to showcase as well
Amazing.
as take questions. So
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to just
the
dive
floor is
right
yours.
in. Yes, let's do this. So, yeah, the first initial slides, what we really wanted to do was share our why, where this started. Of course, we've been lifelong entrepreneurs, my husband and my husband has more of a technology background, a strategy background, as part of research at Microsoft and also a head of technology for Disney, ESPN, and Pixar. So we have a lot of different experiences. I am not a technical founder. I am a lifelong entrepreneur and had many startups and companies that I've raised. My passion's always been around helping others, and especially in the educational or training space. So when our two paths crossed, it was like we all had each other's missing superpowers. So together we were really that perfect combination to create this. And our main realization when we before we started to do this was really understanding how difficult it is for a founder to create, to go from that idea stage all the way to the ROI, whether that's to create a product, whether that's to start a movement, whatever it is that they're trying to take from concept into the real world and create something that's going to better the world. That process is very challenging. Of course, we all know there's many steps along the way. And one thing that we experienced as founders was kind of the old startup way, which was this winner takes all mentality. And we really believe in a founder first approach. So the reason for that is because founder isolation is a real thing, especially after the pandemic or during the pandemic. It really became more spoken of and something that really came out. And that's something that we want to prevent. We don't feel that any innovator is putting all their passion, heart, soul, money, resources, quitting their jobs like we did, moving across the country or the world for their startups. We don't want them to feel isolated. And because that means they're not going to be their best self or their best leadership in that role. And we really wanted to replace that with a more cooperative and supportive approach. So that's where we're coming from. And what's really important to us, we feel like this is our lifelong mission and legacy that we're leaving. We want to leave the world better than we received it. So going into what it turned into was an innovation platform. And so this is a SaaS platform, and it is a progressive web app. We do leverage AI with humans together so that it could be a very human focused and founder first approach to what we're doing. And what we do in an innovation platform is that versus being, let's say, the content creators or the source of information, what we're doing is connecting and building this super highway that connects all the different needed resources, knowledge, people, and connects them at the right moment in time. And so we're leveraging our technology and now giving it to the world so that groups, organizations who want to go out in the world, who want to build better products to solve some of the world's greatest problems, have a more effective way to do this remotely. And also a more effective way to do this that really democratizes access so that it's not just those who have resources or in networks, but now we can connect the world in a very mission aligned and driven way. So that is the high level of what we do as an innovation platform, and we'll go through how we developed. Okay, what features does that mean, or what does that look like? But it's really important that we start at the human level in the presentation we wanted to share today, because that's what we're all about. And so we abide by the human level of her principles, which is leading with humanity, empathy, and responsibility. So every decision that we make, whether it's at the platform, whether it's a feature, whether it's how we communicate, how we really look at the structure, we're evaluating it based on those things to make sure that we're going back to our core mission and we're really creating something better than what exists in the world today. So I'm going to go to the next slide and really jump into one thing that ties this process together for us. This is not what we're about to show you, something that just, oh, first iteration. It takes continuous improvement and change for the better. So that's what we used. Kaizen is actually the term that is, of course, a Japanese word that means change for the better. And this approach for continuous improvement challenges us as technology creators and as an organization to question, okay, every decision we're making, is it better? Is it something that's going to improve or leave the world a better place? So these principles really guided us. And of course, we don't just come up with things on our own. We are not, of course, seers into the future of what's going to work and not work, but we have to look at past research. And of course, Google Project Aristotle did an incredible amount of research for us that we were able to leverage and bring into the creation of our products and the thought process. And one of the things that this really made crystal clear for us as an organization is collaboration is core to innovation. And this sounds pretty obvious when you say it, but implementing it and getting into the nuances of where that might break down or it's not really servicing the group is what we really wanted to improve. Say, okay, we know collaboration is core, but how are we collaborating? And so we really went through a lot of studies, this being one of the most relevant, of course, to innovation, which covers 5 areas: from psychological safety, modeling curiosity. These are things that are going to foster positive behaviors that are going to allow, as a group, collaboration that's going to lead to innovation, because not all group activities lead to innovation. It can lead to, of course, the other side of the card, which is isolation. It can lead to really not democratizing access. It can lead to like power struggles within an organization or politics. It can lead to a lot of negative behaviors, which distract away from the ultimate goal that the group has, which is let's do something in the world better. So the modeling curiosity, structure, and clarity, creating a Zen environment, a collaborative environment that where real authentic engagement can happen, as well as thinking about impact. We can't just do all these things and talk into an echo chamber or a silo. We need to really be aware of how the actions we're doing impact others, not only within our organization, but the world. So it's this constant micro, macro, okay, how's everybody working together? How's the individual feel while they're working in the group? How's the organization working to really come back to their mission? And then how's that organization impacting the world? So if it feels a little meta, these were the big things we were thinking about. So we were able to really create, and I've shared here where each of these areas, that was really what dictated, okay, when we create this zone and this space, how do we do it to encourage all of these things to be there? Since these are the five main drivers to foster innovation. So those on the right side, which are the equal side, is what we created in our app that directly supports this type of behavior to happen within our environment. And I'm sure as we're going along now, you're really wanting to see the app and what it does. But we really wanted to start with the concepts because it's important to think these things through. You can create anything with your technology and anything is possible. But what is really going to make the world a better place and a better future for us all is that intentionality from the seeds of whatever it is you're constructing. So as we have these great technologies, we have obviously cloud, and we're using progressive web app, and we're implementing AI in strategic ways. Those are the tools, those are the building blocks, but how you implement them, how you purposefully put them together is really, really important. And we wanted to start the presentation by being thoughtful before we act. So the next part that's super important to us as founders, we felt isolated. As founders of minorities, such as being a female minority or a geographic minority, of course, race is also a really big issue here in the United States. I know we're talking to a global audience, so everyone has issues of access and inclusivity and making sure that everyone is welcome and everyone is able to contribute their knowledge and ideas to come together to solve these world's greatest problems. So in being inclusive is more than just a word to us. We had to figure out how does that actually happen? What does inclusive mean when you're engaging with another human being? And that's where her principles as an individual, we want everyone to act with humanity, empathy, and responsibility. That covered, okay, if we all do this, then this will make it possible for everyone to feel included, but also to be the individuals that they are. And then, okay, that's great for individuals, but now how do we make it feel inclusive for, you know, an organization or a certain demographic or a certain group that is feeling excluded? And the startup world is full of exclusion. That's pretty much what it's built on. It's built on who you know, what networks you have, what schools you went to. A lot of those exclusive things, trying to get access to the right people, is very frustrating and not something that is encouraging of innovation. It's actually creating a lot of barriers to entry. And those are the things that, as you spoke about earlier, that we are facing and one of the pain points we really wanted to solve. So now that still isn't necessarily where we ended up in terms of, okay, how do we bring that into the platform that really makes us unique or improving what the current existing world is? Because really there's a lot of things out there that exist that cover those levels that we just discussed. But as you go into, okay, now how do organizations now connect and share knowledge and cooperate with each other? That's when we realized, wow, there's a huge opportunity here. If you think about flows of information, if you're within an organization, there's great flow, everybody's sharing ideas, ideally, if they're following these principles. But how does that organization share with an organization that might be a competitor? And when is that actually mutually beneficial that they work together? So we wanted to discover that portion and how do we put that into our platform. And for us, we came up with flows, ways to now bring these organizations of all these incredible missions, bring them together in alignment at the right moment in time when it does create that mutually beneficial outcome. So that is really where, from start to finish, it went from her into now the groups of the organizations and the mission driven purpose, which of course leads to all the SDG goals, how people want to create positive impact in the world, into flows, which is okay, now how do we connect all of these amazing groups doing amazing things so that we are all working in alignment and better together. So that brings us to really what we do. In a lot of ways, we see this as we're manufacturing serendipity in real time. So everyone's able, by using AI, by using human engagement, by creating safe zones for people, now the technology can operate at scale, where previously, in order for me to necessarily connect with someone, just like I did with you, Anna, it based on chance or me being a part of a group and then an introduction. It takes a lot of time. It's definitely worth it and definitely high value. But imagine if we could leverage the technology to do that in real time and at scale. Anna, there's so many of us that are here probably listening to this presentation, which is why we're excited to share this thought process, because everyone in this room could probably be connecting right now on some level. But imagine if we had technology to do that versus us getting off this call, emailing each other, connecting on LinkedIn, reaching out, scheduling a time, especially during the holidays. It's going to take a little longer. So, how can we manufacture maybe a connection that started today, but maybe doesn't turn into an actual beginning of a relationship or an idea until next year, instantly? And that was something that super ignited our team and got us very excited. So we really looked at it as an ecosystem approach. And this is why we are something very unique in terms of the technology that we focused on, which was flows. We have all these different amazing innovation ecosystems out there. We want to help wherever these founders are, wherever these resources are that are supporting these founders, and of course make sure that they have all the tools and money that they need. That's an additional resource, funding, to make that a reality. And then how do we make those matches, but more importantly, how do we connect people at the right moment in time? Because startups are evolving quickly. Even if you go through an accelerator, that's a 12-week program. That's a long time. For many founders, 12 weeks could be the rest of their runway that they have to work on. And that could be a make or break 12 weeks for that company. Well, we don't want those companies to put all their eggs in one basket. Let's have them be able to go through accelerators, be able to connect with more resources that align with them, and be able to see their options in real time so that we can help them be as successful as possible. So ours, really where it came from, is okay, now how do we do this ecosystem so that everybody's talking to each other, everybody's got what they're working on, there's safe zones because of course there's secret sauce things that we can't share, or there's safe zones because we're working on it and there's a lot of failure and innovation and experimentation going on, so we don't want that to be shared because that might have a negative first impression. So now is really important about identifying all of these steps, all of these critical moments in the journey, and for each group. And we realized that we could actually create a platform that allows everybody to input their guidance, their information, their resources. And instead of it being, let's say, on a Slack channel or something that is more of a bulletin board or another list or another spreadsheet that requires a manual processing of matching, we realized that you could actually put this into what we call packets of information. And what's exciting about the packets is if you think of it like an atom, we're distilling things down to its atomic level of information. And then the system is able to now create more connections, more alignments, and also more of a personalized, curated, real time feed for each individual within the organization. So if I'm at a university, which are actually some of our first partners that we're working with, and I'm at an innovation lab, I can be following along the program or the course or the special event, whatever it might be that the university is putting on. Yet within that programming, as an individual, as I start to have progressive disclosure, answering questions, working on things in the system, it can also identify curated personal resources just for me. So I can be part of the university. I can see not only what I'm doing with them, but as I engage more, I'm actually going to get more and more curated resources, not curated based on ads. This is something we wanted to make sure that is based on alignment and what I'm working on. And that's a really, really important thing. So now we have a way to support all of these groups, help connect information. Maybe that's happening in a totally different section. There might be, let's say, an angel group with a really great program or workshop on a topic that's totally relevant to a student at a university right now who's working on that. They wouldn't normally have necessarily been coming across paths with that angel group. Maybe they're not connected to them on LinkedIn. They didn't have the ad pop up in front of them to click on. So our system is able to create that super highway, that speeding back and forth of information that's relevant to the individuals, and also providing safe zones along the way. So this is really a unique approach. I spent a little bit of time on this slide. These are the many areas, but there are many more that can be connected. And that is why we created this as a B2B SaaS, so that we could make sure this technology gets into the hands of as many people as possible. So the reason this can even exist is trust and transparency. Safe zones is the number one thing. When it came to female founders, which of course was the very first stealth mode white label, which is was She Transacts, that grew now to We Transacts, it was safe zones. That was the number one reason that many female founders didn't feel comfortable, safe, or supported. And it was negatively impacting their themselves. It was creating many negative things such as imposter syndrome, founder isolation. It's actually having a psychological impact on the human being of these incredible leaders doing amazing things and already doing something that's very, very challenging and difficult, which is creating something from idea and then bringing it into the world. So it was super important. What they were lacking from the existing ecosystem, from the existing startup world, was trust and transparency. And one of the reasons that they couldn't trust is because the existing startup world is a winner takes all. As we go through and think about, we hear cohorts all the time. And if you think about what the cohort word means, it goes back to the gladiator times, which is a very combative term. And it goes to the winner takes all mentality. Where that leaves maybe the runner up, where that leaves the second or third founder who didn't get to make that pitch event or get that award, is very detrimental to their long-term progression and also to them successfully pursuing their world changing idea. So we really realized we had to focus on trust and transparency through safe zones. And once you have a safe zone, you're going to get better data. You're going to get more honest and open answers. You're going to get more collaboration because now I'm not competing with the founder next to me, but we're working together. Now we work together when it aligns. And alignment is key to this happening. And that's where the platform is able to be aligning and matching in real time to make sure we aren't competitors or isn't secret sauce that wouldn't make sense for us to work on things together. But that improvement of data is so critical to better insights, faster insights, because again, we're doing this in real time. We're not waiting for this 12-week accelerator on this demographic and section of my startup, and then another accelerator program, and then another angel group. That all takes a lot of time. And that is very dangerous to a founder if something is taking longer than it should. So, better data, better insights, faster insights. And ultimately, that is where we're going to, as innovators and entrepreneurs, we're resourceful. You give us limited resources, we're going to figure out how to, adapt and make something work from it. But imagine if we have better materials to work with and better elements that we could pull together to create even more incredible solutions. That's what we wanted to see. So this is how we see solving the world's greatest problems together in real time. And it sounds like something we've heard before. There's a lot of groups out there saying this, and it may be a goal or a mission, but we wanted to distill it down. How can we create the technology that will empower these groups to deliver on this mission and this goal? And ultimately, the way that this is going to really make a difference in the world, and what was important to us, was level the playing field. Removing human bias, whether it's geographical, social barriers, there's so many ways that there are in uneven playing field when it comes to innovation. This has to be removed. We have to level the playing field. The problems in the world are too great for us to not be working together on them. And that's something, of course, during the pandemic, we realized, not only as an organization, but as individuals. And I think the whole world woke up to this reality that we have to work together for a common goal and good. And that's one of the reasons I mention SDGs so often, because that's where we really want to encourage every person, every individual to think about how they are impacting the world. And that way, when they leverage our technology, or maybe you're not leveraging our technology, it doesn't relate to what you're doing, but even leveraging this presentation in terms of our thought process, how we got here, how we thought it through with intention, and then how you could maybe do something similar that will be better than what it is you're currently doing in your industry, in your area. So this is the ripple effect, whether it's the technology you're here from, which you'll be able to see in just a moment, and David will be diving more into, or whether it's the knowledge and just opening up a new way of approaching what you're doing. How can you be more cooperative? How can you create alignment? So, David, as I lead into the next portion, I always loved one of the quotes that he says here all the time. We're using dark arts for light causes. These are technologies that have been around, but now applying them and using them for good in an intentional and thoughtful way is what's so exciting about this moment for us, and why we, yes, quit our jobs and did everything that we're doing now, and why we're so passionate. And this is our legacy to hand off to the world and you, everybody in the audience, to build and create amazing things from. This is something that we're very excited about, and it has turned into a movement. We didn't mean it to, but I guess that's what happens when you really have intentionality in what it is you're creating and doing and thought behind it. If we're making the world a better place, the world is listening. And so, if you'd like to support us in our journey and movement, join in, bring your superpowers. We all have different superpowers. Don't limit yourself. If you think you don't, you do. Just think about how you might be able to get involved. We, of course, invite you to check out. We have an ongoing Real Raise Summit, and that's to lift all of us up in the world to implement good, whether it's leveraging technology, people, or resources and knowledge. We really want to make this something that is a we. So that's really where we are at this point. I'm going to stop sharing and create a little pause before we switch over. Anna, would you like me to start to show, or should we pause there? Because I definitely am open to, if we want to take a pause in the middle, hear any responses from anyone. You tell me if we keep going or how interactive you want me to make it. Okay, I'll just jump right in.
Oh,
Thank you,
Anna
Alexis.
has some.
Thank you for the one. Of course, we want to make it as interactive as possible. If
Yeah.
anyone wants, we can turn on their camera to join Alexis to ask questions live or add them to the Q&A as well. Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. That's how we love to do it. We love to get everybody involved. We all have a component to this. We learn from each other every day. This is obviously how we work as a group. So we're happy to invite everybody in and dive in.
Anna, I think there is a question in the chat if you can.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, let me go in here. And this I might need to pull in David, who is just now available.
Hi, Saba. I'm happy our fellow GDG organizer is here, who wants to ask live if you prefer.
Yeah, that'd be great. Way better to see people's faces if possible. I know not everybody's able. And
hi.
Let me grab David. This is a really an AI question, right? I want to pull in the right person for, for your question.
Is
Yeah, so
David with us? I don't see his name.
He's actually coming over right
Yeah,
now.
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
We have a
maybe
new
I
couple
am
He's right next to you. I was looking for a separate connection in the chat.
Oh, no.
Here we are. This is easier.
Hi.
so I have a feeling maybe the next what David would tell, maybe he would answer my question anyway in the next portion. So I'm not sure if this question is just running too much ahead.
No, go ahead and ask. Let's do it real time, and we can definitely, make sure we get it. Everybody's thinking it, so let's address it.
Just as a technology-focused person, I'm just so curious about the technology details. One of which is of what exact type of AI you use, and where and how.
Yeah, so we use in a few areas, right? We use natural language processing models to help improve the writing for slides and answers and those kinds of things. We use a trained model for recommendations based on the success of founders that go through the system, so that once we have thousands and thousands of founders, we'll be able to actually predict how well they're doing based on a trajectory, right? So my past and experience has been in natural language processing and predictive analytics. So I exited a company where we actually analyzed millions and 800 million social media conversations every day, and we can predict 72 hours out what the trend would be and who the influencer would be and those kinds of things. So I'm using similar techniques, some of it proprietary and some of it models running on TensorFlow, but we're using Google's AI engine as well as some proprietary pieces.
The first thing you mentioned is helping with the grammar, if I understood correctly. That in itself,
like action words and actually being able to like have it promote the ones that have done well, the ones that have got attention and have done well. So it's actually kind of similar to writing a spam bot in a way. I used to do anti-spam and anti-phishing at Microsoft, and part of that is kind of evolving based on what worked and what was popular and which pitches got more attention and which pitches got more thing. But we use all that data to help train and promote better wording and actions.
Wow.
I appreciate that as a founder, because if I could just adjust one word and actually get an investor to make an offer, I would like to know that.
English.
And with BERT and GPT-3 and everything, the the market's incredibly well for right now for natural language processing.
Yeah, English is not my first language, and
Right.
like I am looking for Grammarly and other solutions for my blog, because writing is very important.
The problem with the Grammarly's and because we built the grammar stuff in like Office and things, my old team at Microsoft, and the problem with the grammar pieces are that it's too proper, right? I mean, if you spoke very proper in your language, then it's going to be odd. You know, it doesn't come across right because we're still trying to help you tell a story and tell it in a human way, right? That's the ones that work the best. And so, you know, our ability to kind of do that, not just perfect proper English, but storytelling and right, and then to be able to auto translate that in every language too, so that it at least can get across to whoever's viewing it. Yeah.
And as more popular your platform will be, it will be even better because you're
Yes.
gonna have more data. That's cool.
Yeah, we'll have really great data of you know, not in a, you know, everyone in our system controls their data completely. It's all isolated in Firebase and Firestore, and so it's complete control of their data. So we you know, I invented a lot of the ad tech technologies, the early ones that actually track what you do and say and
The dark
everything.
arts.
Yeah, the dark arts pieces. So a similar approach to help with the with the positive, right? So, yeah, sorry, a long-winded answer.
It's so interesting, and I appreciate you asking, because these are the things that we geek out about here and are very excited about, because it is improving and it is really making it more human. And these nuances it's exciting to hear questions that are really appreciating that. For doing the demo, I haven't actually showed the app. We did all the behind, of course. So let me go in here and I'm going to share screen. And what I wanted to start with was actually the end result of what is auto-generated from our platform. And we call this a live stack, which is an interactive PDF. This here is an example. A founder or any individual can share a link. This happens to be a circle. We don't use the word cohorts, as I explained earlier. We use circles. So this is a group of founders that are using this to pitch investors. And they have this auto-generated deck. So now we're creating a universal way to compare apples to apples, because now it's being presented in a more universal format. And as we go through the deck, it can be obviously the information they need, the elevator pitch, they can play videos, things right there. So I can save myself a lot of time having to do a demo meeting. I could save myself a lot of time, you know, all the steps that a founder has to do manually. But also I can keep it safe. Let's say I share this deck out. Right now a PDF goes out. You don't know who it, or a PDF can go out, and you don't know who's going to see it, or you have to get something to track it for you. What we do is really exciting, because now I can share this link or deck, and then I can set walls, permission walls of, okay, I want the public to see the first 3 slides. I'm comfortable with that. That's great. Once they cross that threshold, they need to request a pitch from me. And all they have to do is click on the icon or the founder's name, and then they can also be able to contact or request. So I can click the help at any time. And this layer, I wanted David to kind of talk about, because it's pretty cool, this actual interaction.
So because we're working on mobile first, and we're, you know, trying to get as much of information as possible into it, I kind of divided the entire application up into, instead of having buttons everywhere and links, there's just the visual viewing layer and then the interaction layer. And as soon as you click on something, you go into the interaction layer, you have actions that you can perform, and then automatic built-in help, so that we're kind of guiding you through, as well as, you know, getting you familiar with the application at the same time, but hopefully in a really productive way. So that way, without all the buttons and everything throughout the rest of the interface as much as possible, it helps the view layer, so that we just get a real pure view and you're focused on what you're doing, a real Zen focus on what you're working on.
And going into now what's really kind of exciting, which Anna, I don't think we've even showcased this to anyone, so I'm glad we get to debut it here, is once this is shared out, of course, the next step is having that meeting or pitching to the investor. And that can be, just like today, very complicated with a lot of different screens, getting access. And so now we have something where we can start a live event. And what this does is it actually puts us on stage. We're on stage right now. Anybody in the audience, we don't have anybody that I'm in the audience right now, but you'll see real time as they come in. And now I can flip through the exact same slides. I can show this presentation. I'm not having to open, share screen, do all this stuff, you know, that takes time in the meetings as well. The audience can be voting or just giving their feelings, and that kind of fades away after a little bit. So as I'm talking, I can also be getting some instant feedback from the audience. And what's really cool is, of course, like here we are, and we've got our team. They can reach out directly again and engage in this contact menu. So now you're in a presentation and say, hey, you know what? I want to talk to David more. Instead of necessarily having to raise the hand or interrupt in the presentation, now click there. I'm going to get an introduction email to David. Done. I don't have to go to my Gmail. I don't have to, you know, be distracted. I can really stay present and focused in the presentation. So this is something that's very exciting. And of course, this is all live. Let me undo that. That got kind of big there for us. But it's very exciting because now we don't have to go to, you know, a separate area. Everything's contained in the document. And when
it's over,
when it's over,
on the slide view.
Yeah.
Exactly with it, I think.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm on the wrong button. Then when it's over, the event closes and it's brought right back to the document, which was the whole purpose of this event, right? So that they could engage directly with the materials and be left with it. So this is something we are super excited to showcase here today. You're really the first to see it. Now, all of this that we're looking at is the auto-generated presentation, that interactive PDF, which we call Live Stack. And an investor doesn't always want to swipe right, depending on their preferences. Sometimes they're on a phone, they love the swipe right, or they're Gen Z, that's the way they're going to want to do it. If they are more traditional and they like to see everything in more of a format like a data room, they can also switch the view to any of the materials that the founder is shared on the deck or that they've been given access to. So now an investor can go through and see all of the key metrics, everything they need. So when they reach out, they're very well informed. They have everything that they need up front. And now we're accelerating that conversation to go from, you know, information and details, not using the founder's time, protecting the founder's time, to due diligence and let's connect and invest. So we're expediting the process quite a bit. And I'm going to pause there and stop sharing before we switch over to kind of how the magic happens on the other side. So should I switch to, okay. Great, thanks so much while I switch screens. So that is the live stack. And now this is what it looks like when a founder or the individual logs in. Any organization, it's a white label, so they can have their own logo here. Now I have my Kanban board, and I have an auto-generated update that just told me and gave me an email notification that I had somebody request information. It was myself because I just clicked on it, and I can approve, decline, or even block. And this goes into the safe zone permission settings that each step of the way, each individual is in control of not only their information, but who sees it, who views it, and who has access to it. It's really important. This is something that is missing from almost everything else that we've seen out there. And this really gives founders peace of mind as they engage and reach a larger audience. And of course, the Kanban board, you can move, you know, items to working. You can create your own tasks. Different colors signify who it is in the system. So one is coming from a recommended expert or packet of information that's been identified for them. Other blue it's something I'm putting for myself to do. So it's very zen, clean, and focused. And the way that we do this is progressive disclosure, progressive disclosure, where the founders are just answering a few questions. And as they answer more and more questions along the way, then the system is able to identify. These are all packets created by various white labels. You see what the packet is about. This is about hiring your next team. You see when it was assigned. You know, okay, is this a question that's going to pop up once, or maybe it's a quarterly, so you could be reporting your OKRs. This helps keep all of the diligence section for a founder organized. So I don't have to do a bunch of reporting. I can see all the answers to every question I've ever answered. This is actually real time, also my live stack, so I can control what's being viewed there and edit it at any time. So this is really exciting that there's actually a safe zone where all my information, everything that I'm doing, I can access, decide if I need to or want to share it, and then be able to really stay focused on what it is that I'm doing. As we mentioned, everything's curated. So all the resources, these are resources that were input by packet creators or our white labels, who have flows that have identified, hey, this is relevant to what I'm working on. So obviously I'm fundraising, I'm getting things about financial modeling. This is a great workshop that I could click on and I can contact this person. I have a video here, which is a fellow founder's advice, which is really, really exciting that we're able to now have variety of curated information that's totally relevant to what I'm doing. And at any time, we want people to clear things out of the way, keep that clear Zen experience. I can hide that and make sure that feed is relevant. Or when I'm done working on that resource or watch that movie, I can undo it at any time. And the last few sections I'm going to go quickly through so we can get to questions. These are safe zones of collaborations. So I'm a part of many different organizations as a founder, and most individuals are. So I have a circle that I work with as fellow founders. We're helping each other fundraise together, which means we're giving each other feedback on diligence. So now I can get peer-to-peer review and input, and I can engage with them there. We're also doing some other exciting things. So these safe zones of communication, and I can see what upcoming events are scheduled, as well as any requests. Like I had that request from an investor. So I'm always up to date on how I'm connecting with people. And this section before we open up to questions is really how I'm being connected with other resources that are relevant to what I'm working on. I can favorite those and slide through their deck. I see this is an ally, somebody who's an expert. This is what they do. And at any time, again, I can click on that ally and contact them directly. And anytime I don't know what this button means, I can click for help. So let me stop sharing now that everybody's kind of gotten to see the magic behind, and let's open it up. I know, Anna, I'm not sure if you'd like us to start the questions, or you might have access to some of the questions as well. Oh, great. And Anna, maybe I could ask you a question. When I initially showed you what we were working on, since you invited us, what were you most excited about when you saw the progressive web app? Oh, I think there's a mute.
Yeah, Anna, you're muted.
Right.
Oh, there.
On and off the presenter mode. Great to see you.
Thank
Giving you
you.
a cute dog.
Oh, yeah.
That's so cute. The whole family.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I love committing myself to causes, and I also volunteer for a nonprofit that is especially to established many years ago in Europe and now in the US to help the underprivileged and help them become entrepreneurs. So I literally ran an accelerator this summer, and I have to tell you, it was a lot of manual work
Yeah.
to gather applications on one platform, then onboard somebody on another one, have the meetings in a third one, calendar is fifth one, and
Yeah.
basically the whole thing was as fragmented as you can imagine.
Yeah.
So when I saw your app that has everything in one place, content, meetings, collaboration, one of the, I mean, don't get me wrong, the accelerator was fantastic thing for women.
Absolutely.
They had fabulous coaches, but their biggest wish was to collaborate more, to
Yeah.
connect with each other. They
Yeah.
literally shared resources.
Yeah.
If you're an entrepreneur, you spread yourself thin from accounting to legal stuff to
Yeah.
fundraising to your product, and you have to juggle so many things. So they were literally sharing resources within their groups or as a whole, but those would get lost, just like now. Oh, you share a
Mm.
link here and then it doesn't stay. So um and we never we were like, okay, we have to connect another thing on Facebook or LinkedIn,
Yeah.
like a fifth thing to manage. And Positive Planet is also volunteers, so
Yeah.
you know your platform, I can't recommend it for anyone who is uh, wanting to do something like that. Everything is in one place: collaboration, comments, connecting to coaches, connecting to each other. And not only that, but one of our other challenges was to how to group people together
Yeah.
according to the industry, because we
Yeah.
had fabulous coaches that were executives at Capgemini, big consulting company, or Genpact, another huge one. And of course, they're super coaches, but they're not experts in every industry.
Yeah.
So the entrepreneurs would have a better experience, not just by industry, but even time zone and
Yeah.
the level they're at. So that required a lot of manual work. We did a good job, but of course, I was
Time.
I'm so impressed to see that you do this by power of technology, not just manual human power. So to sum it up, I'm always advocating for AI, for ML, and even in the developer space, there's a big misunderstanding about it, that is going to take away your job, or
Oh,
that you need to PhD to do this. So that's why I'm so excited about you, that ML empowers you to do your job better. It's not going to
that's
take
right.
away your job. It's just going to let you focus on things that are more important, and take, I mean, you
Yeah.
can do things you cannot even do manually, like process data. And so I was very happy to see that even content is AI powered, that people see bits and pieces of what they're interested. So it's already personalized.
Yeah.
So those are all unbelievable uh, um, advancements and features to have. And like I said, the accelerator was powered by a Adapt and Rise platform, which is built by the biggest corporation, EdCast, that does this for anybody from Google to Microsoft. Anybody who wants an educational platform, they use EdCast. Well, guess what? Your company showcases how with a small team you can outperform the biggest corporation, because
Oh,
their platform has none of these features. And when I ask for them, they're like, well, in order to build them, we need mass audience. So if you don't have thousands of people requesting this feature is not
oh,
going to be there for collaboration or for commenting or for scheduling meetings within the same place. So I'm like, okay, this is truly a perfect example
oh,
how even a couple of people can innovate and can use these APIs, can use ML, can use natural language processing, and build things that are better than the biggest corporations with the biggest resource. Which I have to say, they are very, of course,
Right.
corporations. I mean, they're so rigid; they take years to launch anything. So
Yeah.
yeah.
anybody now has the power to compete
Oh
I
my
saw
God.
that
Really the playing field is level, and that's what I
Yes,
want to be known to
us
anyone.
too.
I saw that there is a question that Alexis already answered
Yeah.
online. If you would like to address it, I don't know if you like to address it even live.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So we're all we sit on top of Firebase Firestore with real-time connection, and it's a progressive web app on the front. After I've been coding for 35 years, so it's about I think it kind of went back 30 years in a way. It's kind of client server. But the weird thing is, instead of like every other architecture I've done, this one is actually client database and then services behind that. So we actually write directly into the live real-time database, and then everything is just triggered in the back end off of that, so that everything stays asynchronous. Everything is very fast and fluid and performant. Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine easily like the thumbs up, thumbs down,
Yeah.
how this goes. I'm curious about how you did the streaming when you were presenting and it was real time.
Oh yeah. So I use a combination of CDN. So we publish the stream to the CDN, and in the background for the actual real-time communication, I'm actually building on top of Agora, or not Agora AI, Agora IO. I I've worked with Twilio before and some others, and in a lot of ways we could probably just do the WebRTC ourselves, but this is actually, we can handle up to 1 million users viewing and listening and watching, and so and we do that because of their library, which takes all that, compresses it, publishes it to the CDN in real time, and so we can proxy out through Cloudflare.
Wait, did you
Next.
say 100 million? What?
1 million. We haven't tested
Oh,
the limit yet.
1 million
We
still.
haven't
We're gonna
tested
need
it.
some help testing.
Maybe Google can help us test it.
Yeah.
Let's test it.
Yeah.
Unlimited, basically.
I have an extra question. Now I see why Anna said that looking at the app, it looks like whole teams working on it, because I'm looking, there's the Kanban board. That's already a team of work, a team of engineers work, the streaming.
All David.
So an entrepreneur question, how do you handle this alone? How do you prevent yourself against scope creep? Because we can do this on the Kanban board, this feature, that feature.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can get lost even with one screen.
That's right.
I think so. I really so I hardly ever sleep, for one thing. I study every day, every morning, but the creep is partly because that was my job as over architect of all of Disney and Microsoft research. My job was always to kind of clarify and bring that together. So really, I spend 4 days coding, and then I spend a day on Friday trying to take things out. What can I remove? What's unnecessary? What can be clearer? What could where can we combine this, and what can we do automatically for the user? I spent too long at Microsoft, whose approach is just give you every setting. If you need something, we'll give you a setting for it, and you'll have 40 million settings, as opposed to the Apple, which is just, you don't need that unless we tell you you need that. Right? We'd like to come somewhere in between, but it is as much taking out stuff and actually spending a day just looking at it from a new perspective and go, what's not necessary here? What can we bring down? What can we simplify? Yeah.
And something that he, also is a superpower of being an art major and design. And
I spent 30
think
years
there's
doing
just-
AI and machine learning, but I was an art and music major, so I also kind of look at it as when you're building an application, especially at this level, right? I can also go help you go from your 5 people to 1 million people. I mean, I had that, but when you're in this mode, it's really like sketching on a big canvas, right? You're sketching and messing, but you try to get the whole thing so that you can see everything, and then you can start to paint and fill in the details and go into each one. But kind of each tool I looked at, it's kind of equivalent, and each tab. So whether it's the Kanban board, we're not trying to replace all Kanban boards, although I think it could turn into an amazing product on its own. The questionnaires, then you're in kind of a Slack-like gap, but simplified and to the point. and the point being that I hope to spend 5 to 10 minutes in this app every day, and then get back to my business, get back to running my company.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I kind of know.
David and Alexis, what is the best way to connect with you? Because David, you already have a candidate who wants you to become his mentor. Emmanuel, he's been a member, developer. I'm sorry?
I'm a really bad influence. But yeah, I'd be happy to. My email is david@wetransact.live. So, or send a note to Alexis, either one. And yeah, I'm always happy to talk and love to take any other questions. I'm happy to provide some answers if we didn't have anything here.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for sharing your emails.
Yeah.
Oh, Emmanuel took note. He's a wonderful developer who he actually won an Android certificate exam coupon. So he's definitely into the tech space. You, of course, will be fantastic to connect and to see how you can collaborate.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Anna, because this is something that David and I'm not a tech founder. And so my apprehension was, oh my goodness, you want me on this presentation? But it is our minds together. We're able to communicate creatively, artistically, on a business side and many levels. I think that's the way that we understand that we're in the right direction. And I solely trust him, as I'm sure everybody can see, just having heard David talk about his ability, but also his artistry with how he handles what he creates. So yeah, we just appreciate you being able to showcase us. Hopefully we inspire other people. You don't have to be a tech background, but you have to find the right partners. And I hope this was helpful to everyone out there in some way.
No, this was super presentation. I couldn't be happier that we connected. And any product needs all aspects. You need the tech one, but if you don't have sales, you don't have marketing. Right. Even actually, I feel like Google Cloud Platform is the biggest example for me. It's the most innovative cloud, which didn't get traction for many years. Yeah. So even if you Google, you need sales and marketing. So all aspects are fantastic. And I think everyone, please connect to David. Alexis, we will, of course, this is not the end. This is just the beginning, I hope, of our collaboration. We'll have another big event in March, International Women's Day. And we, this is a wonderful transition now to, we have Leah Bonvisuto here, who is going to do a communication workshop. So we want to empower our community in all aspects, soft skills, hard skills. So this was a wonderful intro. And now we'll, of course, welcome you both, Alexis and Dave, in our next meetups and events. And I couldn't be more excited now to welcome Leah. Leah, you look so wonderful, and it's so great to see you.
It's wonderful to see you, Anna, and everyone. Thank you. That was fascinating. Hello.
Hello, Leah. Great to see you. Thank you for making the time. Everyone, Leah's relationship with the GDG community goes back 3 years, I believe, now. Right? I lost track of the last year and a half, but
same.
Leah has been a supporter for, we met at IWD, International Women's Day, and Leah has been a super supporter. She is somebody who can help you articulate and think on your feet your best ideas at work. And communication is something we do every day and we never learn anywhere. So now this is an opportunity for you to connect to Leah, who will have a super interactive communication workshop. I just wanted to share the slide for Leah, and this is of course how to be present and connect in the virtual world, and how to express yourself better, I think there's no one on the planet that doesn't need that. And Leah teaches big Wall Street execs, tech execs, and now she's with us. Leah, I'm so happy to see you. The floor is yours. And then you wish for all of us to enable our cameras and mics, right?
Well, more that I'm going to invite anyone who wants to enable their cameras, to bring your faces to the screen. You do not have to unmute. There will be no forced participation. That's exactly against my beliefs in this regard. But to have people's faces in this virtual space, I invite anyone who's comfortable to turn your camera on if they have access to. And that way we can see each other, because what we are here to talk about is virtual presence. And as we all know, if cameras are not on, we are less in the room. So that
I'm
would be
enabling everyone, if they can accept the invitation, if they are they would like to, they have to accept my invitation.
Of course, no one will be called on and no one will have to participate in any way. This is very much a come as you wish type of experience. And so as we welcome people into the space, I am going to share my screen if that's all right with everyone. Okay. Can everyone
enable people to be presenters, and if they choose, they'll be able to join in however they would like, by chat or mic or camera.
Fantastic. And so everyone, welcome. Can everyone see this slide here? Is it visible? Anna, can you see this slide? Is my screen sharing a slide deck?
Sorry.
Good, great. Thank you, everyone. Good. So let's begin. Today, we are here to focus on how we can all maximize our presence and our power in a virtual corporate world. And I know that we are all going to be experiencing different levels of this as some of us return to offices in some ways or another, and some of us remain behind these weird camera screens. But I want to give everyone today, my goal is for you all to walk away with some practical tools to help you feel more powerful and present when speaking up in virtual settings. And I want to thank today Anna and Ava and Carolina and Linda, Madonna, all the organizers for today and the other presenters. And this is me. My name is Leah Bonfasudo, and I was raised by a mime. And that is true. My mother was a mime, and it did make me have trouble speaking up. I like to joke, but really I had tremendous social anxiety as a kid. And in more recent years, I founded my company, Present Voices, because I know what it means to have debilitating anxiety get in the way of articulating your ideas when it matters most. And what I do at Present Voices is that I help people replace anxiety with attention, with focus. And I help people replace habitual behavior with presence. And I started working as a theater director. That was my initial career. And I had tremendous confidence doing the work itself. But as soon as I had to talk about my work or be interviewed, my confidence would go out the window. So would my personality. And at the same time, while I was doing theater at night, because it didn't pay the jobs, I spent 13 years as a neuropsychological assistant, learning about trauma and anxiety and attention and executive functioning. And these two worlds brought together this communication coaching, which I have been doing over the past decade. And in doing this, I help people prepare for meetings and presentations and conversations, pitches, through private coaching and group coaching and corporate workshops. But most importantly, I am helping people access and articulate their best ideas in their most important moments. I believe that our voices are perfect, and that if we can accept our voices as they are, we can give ourselves more access and confidence in our more challenging moments. And it's very important for me to recognize that I have a very limited perspective as a white person, and that I have a ton of vocal and spatial privilege as well. And so as we're talking today, that's something to keep in mind, that this is not going to be a one size fits all, and this work never is. We all have different voices, different experiences, different needs, and different challenges. And so I'm going to present a bunch of tools, and I hope that you will see them as a grab bag of things that you can try and pick and find the right solutions for your voice to help you articulate your vision. All right, everyone. I'm very excited to do this work with you. Thank you so much for having me. As we enter, these are some pillars that I like to talk about in regards to virtual communication. I use these to try and orient myself when I'm facilitating and hosting on video. And these are these 4 ideas. We have confidence, clarity, inclusion, and consent. And so from a clarity standpoint, can everyone see and hear me okay? Is my connection strong? Can anyone chat and let me know?
Yes, everything is perfect.
Great, wonderful. So this is something that I encourage everyone to do when you are hosting on Zoom or any other VC software, to ask, can people see you and hear you okay? First of all, it's really important because we all know that sometimes when people have technical difficulties, we're not actually pointing that out. And that can get in the way of that person being heard and being clear. But also it invites this conversation for everyone. It creates language around acknowledging that there might be a technical disconnection. There might be something we can do to fix it. And so I encourage everyone to keep me aligned with that through this presentation. If there's at any point a blip in my connection, just chat and let me know so that we can be sure to have a strong connection and we can really maximize clarity. That's just one example of how to think about clarity. There's a million more. And actually, I want to share with you some more detail on these VC pillars. And I have a handout, which I would love for you to download after this presentation. I'll share a link later, which you can get it from. And it will have many more ways to incorporate these pillars beyond what I'm sharing right here. For inclusion, right? How to interact. Because we are in this big space today, and I'm sharing my screen, so I'm not necessarily seeing all your faces, I'm going to invite you to interact through the chat box. So I would love to hear from you, questions, thoughts, anything that comes up during this presentation. Please chat your question or chat that you want to speak, and we can then unmute you and you can share your question or thought. But it's wonderful to have more voices in the space. And this is something that I recommend you do at the beginning of facilitating or hosting a virtual meeting, of focusing on inclusion and giving people some guidance for how you recommend they interact given the group size. The next pillar is consent. And so everyone, today, this presentation is being recorded. And I invite anyone who wants to share something outside of that recording. If you wanted to share something, we could pause the recording. And this is something that if you are recording something, it can be really, really important to outline that at the top. Some VC softwares do give you the opportunity to have an announcement when there is a recording happening, but in many other instances, that's not going to be available. So consent is so important, even when taking a screenshot, to ask for permission. Give people an option for how to opt out. And finally, confidence. This is so important. Confidence can be giving people a heads up that you might have some interruptions. You might hear some loud traffic on this street over here, and that's me saying that with a ton of confidence and no apology. You might hear a loud toddler in the other room, again, said with confidence and without apology. And I really encourage people to use confidence as a tool to give yourself permission to lead and facilitate with confidence in the virtual world. We've all been a part of a virtual meeting where no one is taking the lead, or there is a lack of clarity or structure around the engagement of that meeting. And my recommendation is to over communicate for clarity's sake so that we can have more voices in the space. There could be a million other virtual communication pillars that we are not talking about here. These are just a few, and these are mine. These are the 4 that I've chosen to focus on. And so the 4 that you might choose can be specific to your work environment, specific to the interaction itself. And even choosing what those can be to guide the interaction can give you so much executive confidence. And so now that we have set our virtual communication pillars and we have some ideas of how we can all interact together, I will put this link in the chat here, and I'll put it again later as well. This is a link to sign up for my list, which will also give you an access to this PDF of virtual communication pillars. So there's that link for anyone who wants to sign up, and I will drop that in the chat later as well. All right, everyone. Any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to get into this work a bit. Fantastic. All right, so I collect data on this work because I find it to be incredibly helpful. It helps us to be more objective. It helps us to get out of our own way. And it helps us to most of all understand that most people are struggling to speak up in impromptu settings at work. Most people are struggling with this. And if we can remember that, it can make us feel a bit less alone. And this is some data that I've collected over the years. And this is not just from people who come to see me privately. And that's very important, right? This data is collected from thousands of people, mostly from the corporate group workshops that I've done over the years, with sales teams at LinkedIn, with engineering teams at Google, with teams all over the world of some of the most high achieving people. And this is what they are reporting. In some instances, people are reporting 86.9% nerves. This is the amount of people who are reporting this. And I want to relay this to the 74% of people who report nervousness with public speaking nationally. That my data is showing this to be so much higher, going from 74% to I'm showing 86.9% of high achieving folks at the world's leading companies are struggling with speaking nerves, and that includes in off-the-cuff communication. We're not just talking about public speaking. The amount of people who struggle giving and receiving feedback, 85.2%. This is very high. And the amount of people who struggle with preparation, who feel like they have trouble preparing for spontaneous speaking, 86.9%. The amount of people who are second guessing themselves, 82%. And I imagine that there are a number of people here who might struggle with these things. And I'm not seeing many faces, but let's actually use this as an opportunity as we're not seeing faces. And can you to yourself just acknowledge if you experience any of the following? I was going to have everyone raise a hand, but if you just want to acknowledge that for yourself, please do. But are you someone who loses your train of thought while speaking spontaneously? I do. Do you experience heart palpitations, heart racing, or a butterfly sensation through your solar plexus when you get nervous? I do. I did right before this presentation. Do you have air hunger or throat constriction where you feel like you're gasping for air? Do you experience searching for the right words or doubting that you have the right words? A very, very common challenge that I hear from so many of my clients. Do you experience your mind going blank and feeling like you have nothing to say or contribute in virtual team meetings? Something that I hear very, very commonly from the people that I work with. And my goal here is for us to move these things that feel out of our control to be more conscious and in our control. And that is how I approach this work. But in order to do that, we must think about this in terms of presence, not perfection. A lot of my clients want their meetings and their presentations to go right. And I feel like this is a trap. They think that there's a right thing to say. I think that that's a trap. And instead, I want us to develop a process that feels like nothing can go wrong. You know what you want to do, and you have tools and frameworks that can support you in doing it. But if we think of presence, not as this thing outside of us that's tied to confidence or charisma, I find that to be quite harmful, actually. We have to take presence inside and we have to make it actionable. We have to take it outside of the realm of executive presence, this term that we're all given in our feedback sessions, or told that it's something we have to strive for. We cannot feel confident if we are striving for something outside of ourselves. And the reason why is because the definition of confidence means to trust yourself, to boldly trust yourself, in fact. And I love this idea because it means that that can be my confidence, not some other person's version of confidence, not some executive's version of confidence, but mine. And this is what I want to encourage everyone here to start thinking about and to make their own. I define presence as the combination, the alignment of our thinking, our breathing, and our speaking. And the problem is that in the virtual world, we are really distracted and splintered in our attention. And so a lot of us are looking up and we're kind of searching for words as we do, or we're moving a lot in our chair. We might find that we lean in a lot in order to feel the connection with our audience that we're seeking, or we might be over-indexing facial expressions and taking in a little bit too much when people's faces might just be distracted. We might have a lot of unconscious movement or fidgeting that can actually increase our anxiety despite our knowing it. But most importantly, these devices make us less present. They make us more analytical, and they put us more in our brains. I'm a very amateur compared to those people who are here, programmer. And I used to do, very basic websites back in the day. And I would find that in coding all day, I would just get so in my head, almost lost so. But it was a flow. It felt very good. And it can be quite different when we're communicating. And if we can get too absorbed in our analytical thinking, it can be detrimental to our presence and our ability to be present in the moment. And so today we're going to talk about how to get into your body, how to stay in your physical space instead of getting absorbed into the virtual box, and how to give yourself a bit more agency and authority, even in the midst of anxiety. A few small things that we can do in this regard. I really find that using AirPods or earphones help me focus. I'm not using them right now, but I usually do. And there's something about bringing the sound in that helps me focus more. I do have clients who have the opposite impact. So they are going to go without headphones. And so much of this is about finding out what's right for you. Also, before you begin, you might turn on Do Not Disturb if it's an important presentation or meeting, so that you're not getting Slack notifications or things that might distract you. And it's very important to do anything you can to keep yourself in the virtual space. Do we have any questions before we start to explore some of my virtual tools to keep you present and powerful? Anything at all, feel free to drop them in the chat if anything is coming to mind. And feel free to inject your voice here. We want to hear from people. So questions, you can chat, or if you'd like to speak up, put it in the chat and we will call on you. No? Okay, great. Let's get to work. These are some S words that I love to think about in terms of virtual communication. And these are themes. They help me have a North Star. And if you can imagine, most of these do not come naturally to me. I do not incorporate silence naturally. That's not a part of my habitual behavior. I'm someone who naturally speaks very quickly, and I fill the space and I lean in because I want to make other people feel comfortable, and I don't really take a lot of pauses because that would feel very scary, right? And so you can see how I've made adjustments to the way that I communicate based on these S words. And these are, again, North Star, never supposed to be about perfection. We will always go back to our habitual behavior. And when we do, we can reset our attention towards one of these tools as a North Star. Spaciousness is where I want to start. And this is not just about setting up your space, which can have a lot to do with a lot of different things, and we will talk about. But this is also about taking up space. But to start with setting up your space, thinking about your camera angle. We really have a lot of opportunity here to change the way that we are perceived just by changing our camera angle. And you might see, you know, there are people on CNN who are looking down into a camera, and that makes them look very intimidating all of a sudden just because their camera angle has changed. Or you might see people who look even a bit more infantile or less mature or experienced than they are because they're more of a bobbing head, right? And they're not really taking up a lot of space on the screen. So everyone, play with your camera angle right now. And I have an external camera and a standing desk, so I have a lot of ability to. But before I did, I would just use a bunch of cookbooks. And I would always bring about 12 inches of cookbooks under my laptop and bring my computer up a bunch. And I give everyone permission right now to do that as well, to play with your camera angle. Bring your computer up if you can so that you are looking directly into the camera. So that is bringing on more of an access to your face, your persona, your personality, and your presence. And that can be a huge change. We really want to find this 3/4 angle. And this allows you to not only take up space on the screen and appear expansive, but it also then allows you to lean back and feel expansive. And this is very, very important. Other ways to think about setting up your space are going to be in the PDF that I will share on virtual communication. And that I have a bunch of tips about how to set up your virtual space and front light versus backlight. Some things you'll know, some things might be new. And also action items that you can do before a big meeting or presentation to make sure that you are taking up space and really taking your time. But I also want to talk about how you can keep yourself in the physical space, because if you're like me, you might have a tendency to get sucked and absorbed into the virtual world. And for those of us who have that tendency, it's even more important to hold fast to the physical space where you actually are in. I will do this by lighting a candle, having a sensory element that actually captures a sense and that keeps me present in the physical space. I will also then, once my camera angle is adjusted, really lean back into my chair. And if you've worked with me, you know that this is one of my favorite tools that most of us are leaning in unconsciously. And part of that, is because Sheryl Sandberg told us to. And I'm a big disbeliever in that as a philosophy. I think we have to lean back in order to honor our own authority and create our own space and give ourselves physical comfort. And I love how Alexis chatted that it makes you feel more relaxed as well. Exactly. And so a lot of us are leaning in virtual meetings, and it is causing physical stress. And if you have a tendency towards anxiety, it's going to feed that. Now, I don't want you to be too far from your camera either. And that's why I always use a pillow back here to prop me up. And I will move my computer closer to me so I'm taking up that 3/4 angle. And from there, I do actually want you to lean back and prioritize your own comfort. Now, one caveat here, and it's a question I get a lot, which is that if you are in a position of power and privilege, I actually find it's very useful to lean in just a little, because that's you giving some of that power and privilege away. And when I'm meeting with new people, particularly in person, I will lean in a little bit. I will make myself a little bit smaller so that I can make that person feel more comfortable and confident. But in the virtual world, I almost never find that leaning in is effective. And so it's better to find a way for yourself to lean back and feel comfortable that still creates this vision of expansiveness on the screen. Okay. And this is all related to the study of embodied cognition, which is rooted in the science and studies done by scientists, including Amy Cuddy and John Neffinger and Matthew Kohut. And they've done a lot of research on taking up more space. And Amy Cuddy's work has found that by taking up more space, you increase your testosterone and you decrease your cortisol. This is tremendously necessary when we are approaching public speaking and off-the-cuff communication, because if we feel at all anxious, we are going to give ourselves much more ability to regulate out of that anxiety by leaning back and prioritizing our own comfort. This is also, if you have a tendency to want to get a word in Zoom meetings, if you're leaning in, that is going to feed that tendency. If you speak fast, it's going to feed that tendency. And so That might be your impulse. And quite frankly, it will be your habitual behavior, right? We're all going to want to lean in to bridge that gap. And so when you realize you're leaning in, give yourself permission and reset to leaning back. The other happy benefit of leaning back is that when I do, I can feel my back on the chair. And that gives me permission to bring my physical attention into my body instead of just into my analytical mind. And that's very, very important in terms of presence. For many of us, when we're anxious, we're leaning in unconsciously, we're speaking fast, we're actually not breathing, we're not oxygenating ourselves. And so being able to lean back, create your own space, and have access to breath support is very, very important. So that's spaciousness. And it's one of my favorite tools to play with. Spaciousness can mean so many other things too. And that's what I like about these words, is that they're subjective and you can really bring yourself to them and find usefulness for your particular situation. The next word we're going to approach is silence. And this here is a breathing exercise that I will give you permission to do while we're here. It is a bit complicated. It's intentionally complicated because it is designed to make you think, to capture enough of your physical attention that might otherwise want to go to racing thoughts or anxiety. And by giving that attention a job instead, it can free the rest of your thinking mind to have more flexibility and access, more generative thoughts. And this is also a breathing technique that is elongating the exhale and shortening the inhale. And if you are like me and you have palpitations or any sort of breath-based anxiety, the problem is that you're actually taking in too much air with those palpitations. And so we need to reverse that and give you the ability to get rid of air. And so before a big presentation, if I have palpitations, I just focus on getting rid of the excess air like this. Or I do that one when I'm muted on Zoom and no one can hear it. It's great. But I do recommend using a breathing technique like this before you speak if it's useful. And to think about breath also while you are speaking. And this is because most of us speak very quickly. We don't actually leave a lot of pausing, and we don't actually use silence at all when we're speaking. We speak more in a circle. And this can be really damaging to our thought process and also to the way that we're perceived. And you can hear, like, I'm not really giving myself any chance to speak. And now I'm really speaking quickly. And it might make you feel more anxious when I speak at this rate. And yet most of us don't feel like we can give ourselves time to think. We think we're not allowed to show that we're thinking, and it can be really dangerous. And I know that a lot of your meetings are at this pace. And I know that there's interrupting and that there's challenges getting a word in. But I want to suggest that by speaking with as much power, strength, authority, compassion, presence, strength, and warmth, right? That you're going to command the space even more. And we do have great techniques around this. I understand that you might not be able to give yourself a really expansive breath before you start speaking because the conversation might get stolen from you and you might get interrupted. But what I recommend is to do what I just did. Take the conversation with conscious filler. Take it. And then give yourself a pause, just a momentary blip to ground yourself before you continue speaking. And using conscious filler can be very, very useful. If you're someone who has unconscious filler, meaning in every kind of pause that there might be, there's this filler, right? And it creates this sense like I'm hearing the same thing. And we really do speak like this in this country. It's not just this country, but can you hear maybe how distracting it can be? And so what I do instead with my clients is we actually use the as a tool. We don't want to vilify the behavior. And so the more aware we get of unconsciousness, including filler, then the more conscious we become in our communication and our thinking. It's that alignment of presence, of bringing our thinking, our speaking, and our breathing as one. And so that's my recommendation with silence, is how can you replace unconscious filler with conscious pausing? And how can you use conscious filler to take a conversation And when you return after that micro pause, by the way, you don't have to continue your prior thought. You can actually just start an entirely new one. And if you do so with conviction and confidence, we will follow you. And so that's an example of that conscious filler. And you can use any filler consciously. As long as you're doing it consciously, it will help you feel in control. And it's most important that we stop vilifying behaviors that are really not to be vilified, because these behaviors can be useful. Is very useful when used on purpose, particularly on the phone or in more auditory situations. All right, everyone. Let's move on, and please feel free to drop any questions in the chat. I'm going to make sure if there are any here. Okay, great. Wonderful, everyone. On to the next set of tools. Here we're talking about sturdiness and stability, and I love these words. I love playing with these words. With sturdiness, I want to think about eye contact, because most of the people that I work with, their eyes move a lot while they're thinking, right? And they wonder why this happens. A lot of people I work with, they think that it means that there's something wrong with me. And I've just gone from being very conscious and deliberate with my eye contact to being very unconscious and letting it really follow my train of thought instead of letting my eye contact be deliberate. And so maybe it changes the way that you are perceiving me, right? It might change the way that you perceive me, I wonder. And just by being more conscious and deliberate with eye contact, we are not only going to impact how we're perceived, but what I find every day and work with my clients is that by harnessing eye contact and by tethering your attention to eye contact, you are actually going to make your thinking more conscious. And it's an amazing tool. The reason why we look away when we're thinking is because the same part of our brain that controls deep thinking controls eye contact. So it is very hard to think on our feet very deeply and maintain eye contact. And so my recommendation is that when you need to think, consciously look down instead. Keep your physical attention within this bubble instead of letting it get pulled up to the ceiling. Because when it does, my physical attention literally leaves my body and goes above me, and I have to then work quite hard to retrieve it. Also, when I look up in thought, it actually signals to my body that I don't know what I want to say. And in almost every instance, when you all are speaking on your feet in meetings, I believe that you do know what you want to say. I believe that it's just a matter of accessing what you want to say. And that is usually through comfort and finding relaxation versus turning on and going tense. The other amazing thing about eye contact is that we don't actually have to look in eyes to receive the benefit of how it can impact our attention. So right now, I am not looking at eyes. I'm looking at my notes. I'm looking at my outline for this workshop. And what that's doing is actually focusing my attention. And that is how I would recommend you all approach your presentations, is to have a focal point. That might be your notes. It might be your slides if your slides are giving you enough information. Or it might be choosing one person on your team who gives you a lot of good affirmation and energy and pinning that person. I will often hide people who I don't find that it's useful for me to see, whether it's because they're distracted or because they might not be the friendliest folks to be looking at while I want to maintain my confidence. You don't have to look directly in people's eyes. And also in virtual meetings, you should not and do not have to look at everyone. It's not possible. So if you are spending energy trying to give people attention, it's actually going to look like you are distracted. It's going to look like your eye contact is less secure and less focused. And so it's very, very important to think about eye contact consciously, not towards perfection, but that when you realize the habit comes in, oh, it's an opportunity for presence. Another part of sturdiness is, of course, your laptop itself. And sometimes we might be wanting to work in bed or having our laptop on our lap. And I know that this can be very useful for informal meetings or for your own work. But when you're in a very important presentational mode or a meeting, definitely have your laptop on something stable so that it's not going to move too much. And stability, I think about this in terms of our own stability. So for those of us who experience any shakiness, whether it is limb shakiness or vocal shakiness, fidgeting, right, which is just unconscious movement, anything that is not going to be conscious, everything wants to move towards consciousness. And so if you have a tendency to unconsciously fidget, just work towards making it more conscious. Work towards making this something that can bring you to consciousness. I will sometimes have a stress ball on my desk. It recently broke, which is why I don't have it here. But that's sometimes just in my lap. And it gives me a place to put the energy that wants to fidget, that helps me actually ground and feel stronger instead of the extraneous movement of fidgeting, which can actually hype up the anxiety. Okay. And I want to talk about strength as well. That this is a word that I think is very important in terms of how we think about content. And if we can think about organizing off the cuff speaking content through the lens of strength, and I define strength very specifically, by the way. My strength is not about aggression, it's not about assertiveness, it's not about power. My strength is about directness and clarity. And those are, I think, the most important ways to think about strength. But you might have a different interpretation, and I want to encourage that as well. But when you're responding to a question, can you organize the response through the lens of what is the biggest idea? I call this the golden nugget, or in consulting, they call this answer first. It's also the main theme in the book, The Pyramid Principle. What's the biggest idea, and how can you lead with that? Lead with the biggest idea and then back it up. For many people, this is the opposite. We've been taught and socialized to tell stories as laying the foundation, dropping small breadcrumbs, and leading up to a bigger response. And my recommendation is that you flip that you take time with intention to find the biggest idea, speak the big idea, and then back it up. And by using this idea of a golden nugget, I use this a lot when I am answering questions off the cuff, because instead of having 50 responses flood my head, I think of what is the golden nugget? What's the biggest idea? And that helps me focus on one idea. And it's usually, quite frankly, the first idea that comes to your mind. And I'm going to encourage you all, as incredibly intelligent, high-achieving people, to trust that and to make that the practice of trusting yourself. I have other S words that I'm playing with, and this is endless. This work never ends. And some of those are social, like social connection. This is very important in the virtual world. It's also something that's really challenging. Simplicity. I think that the best communication is simple. So if you are spending mental energy finding a better or more sophisticated word, I do not think that that is the best use of your energy. I think the better use of your energy is finding a way to articulate it in the moment that is acceptable, that is clear, and that is simple. And that will always be my recommendation. I want to practice all of this now. And in this wonderful virtual world, we have this ability to practice without being heard, without putting ourselves on the spot. And for those of us who struggle with anxiety, I know how important that is. And so I want us to practice this on mute. And are we all muted? And organizers, is it possible to mute everyone just so we don't have anyone feeling embarrassed when they speak up? I want everyone to be muted. That way we can practice this in silence. And so we're going to practice introducing ourselves. And I want us to think about taking up space. And we're going to do this. We're all going to be on mute except for me. So you will only hear my voice and your own voice speaking. And so I want us to think about choosing one of these tools that we've explored today. And this could be through the lens of spaciousness. It could be through the lens of silence, sturdiness, stability, strength. Or it could be through one of these tools that we've talked about, leaning back. It could be about breath and pausing. It could be about using conscious, deliberate eye contact. But choose one of the tools that we've talked about today and give yourself permission to take up space and time while speaking this out on mute. Let's make sure that you are muted and give yourself permission to expand the range of what you think is possible in this very safe way, so that when you're in your next virtual meeting, you will hopefully take up even more space and time. And so everyone, I will give us a countdown from 3, and we can all try this together. This is your decision, of course. I'm going to say my name and then my role, my title, but you all can choose what you want to say. And if you don't know what you want to share in terms of a title, you can leave that part out and just share your name. Again, my intention is that no one will hear you except for yourself. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hello, my name is Leah Bonvisuto. I am a founder and communication coach of Present Voices, where I help people articulate their best ideas in their most important moments. And as I couldn't hear you because you were muted, I can feel the energy, and I hope that you could feel it too. Thank you all. Thank you for trying that. I love our virtual world because it gives us opportunities like that. And I know as some of you are transitioning back into hybrid environments, in-person environments, masked environments, sometimes environments where you have to be masked on video, I know that this is not simple. But I also know that the more that we can bring ourselves to our communication, the more successful and confident we will feel. I want to thank you all so much for your time today. And I do this work every day. It's my greatest honor to support people in this process. I have private coaching options. I have my group coaching program, which is launching the next cohort in Q1. We just wrapped up our last one this past week. And I offer also corporate group workshops, which are an incredibly galvanizing and bonding way to do this work with your team, to increase the virtual connection of your team, and to design the way that you all communicate and connect virtually and while working from home. And I'm also offering an early bird discount to my next group program for anyone who applies within this month. And that information can be found on my website. But for now, I do invite you all to sign up for this virtual communication PDF. I'm going to put the link in the chat again. It will sign you up for my newsletter. You can unsubscribe at any time. I don't email out that often, and I very much respect your privacy in that regard. And I also invite you that if you are interested in this work or have questions, I offer free consultations. And so go to my website, which is presentvoices.co, and you can see there an option to sign up for a free consultation. And there I'm happy to answer questions, and we can even do some coaching and get to the bottom of what might be getting in the way of you communicating with even more confidence and presence. And so now I would love to open this up to any questions.
Thank you so much, Leah. I just want to share, I've personally taken lessons with Leah to prepare for real world presentations. But she's just as powerful and effective in the virtual world. And this was one of the best things I've done in my career. But it does take practice to do all those things that she shared today. It requires conscious efforts, and with anything, requires training to make it natural and part of your presence. Thank you, Leah. Of course, everyone is able to join in with questions, comments, and yeah, definitely connect to Leah any way you can.
I'm thrilled to see Julian's comment about feeling a strong sense of calmness after this. And I love the way you articulated that, Julian. Thank you. And I'm glad that that was helpful. Thank you so much.
I love what Samina shared. No one should use and like. I think this is one of the big things that Leah talks about as well, that people use this subconsciously to fill in gaps. And
let me make one clarification there. For Samina, I will say that I personally don't vilify any behaviors. I think that we should be very welcoming of all these behaviors. The one clarification is that we want them to be conscious. And when things are unconscious, when they're happening without our control, it usually means that we're not present. And so these become an opportunity for presence. But I will often consciously use when I want to make other people feel comfortable, when I want to signal that I'm thinking in an auditory format where you can't see me. It's very useful to use occasionally, but it's not useful to use it unconsciously. And that's where we have an opportunity for presence. Any other questions?
Actually, that is something that I'm working myself to avoid when I talk. I use it so much, and I hate it when I listen to myself or to a recording so much. And it's like never ending. I say, oh man, I have to work on it. And I hope one day I really enjoy your workshops, because it's my dream to talk how you talk. You are like a role model for me, so it's just like music to my ears.
Thank you for sharing that. And please remember that none of this comes naturally, none of it. And so it's something that I see every day of people being able to incorporate very simple, tangible tools to move the needle on this. And for the question about your because when they aggravate you, it can be so frustrating, right? And so find the reason why they're happening. And it's usually in a moment of thinking, or it's in that transition from one thought to the next. And if you can find the awareness there, then you can start to replace them with silence. But for most of us, we're unconscious.
Sorry, I think in my case, it's because I was talking very fast. So lately, I try to calibrate my talk to be a little bit slower, so I have time to think, and I don't have to do that. I'm thinking. I don't know. I'm trying to end.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. It's almost always the effect of not taking enough time. Exactly. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. Any other questions today? Well, I encourage you all to stay in touch, to let me know if you have any questions. Email me. My email is right there. I love to, oh, my email is not there. Let me put it in the chat. I love to hear from people. And I especially hope that the rest of the day is constructive and engaging. And I look forward to hearing from you. And I hope that everyone has a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much for having me.
Great to connect with you, Leah. Happy Friday. And
Thank you.
We are going to start organizing International Women's Day soon, because it will be March before we know it. So we really hope to connect with you again for one of our biggest events.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Leah. Great. Fantastic. I hope everyone enjoyed these important tips from Leah. It's always important to know how to improve communication. And like I said in the beginning, we don't really learn this anywhere. And it's as important as anything, as any other skills. But now we can switch gears and begin our Android study jam and live coding. I'm very happy that here we have Caitlin Anderson, who is a Android engineering manager. And I'm not sure if Madonna is here. Madonna is our new GDG NYC organizer, and she's, of course, also fantastic Android engineer and Google developer expert. Oh, Caitlin is right here. Hi, Caitlin. Great to see you.
Hello, thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm great. I'm very excited. I think Madonna's actually getting her booster shot right now, so.
She
good
did
for her.
mention she's gonna get vaccinated. We did have a happy hour in person yesterday, and it was great to meet her. And now it's great to meet you, Caitlin. Caitlin and Madonna are co-workers. And Android animations is a very hot topic. And of course, Android development is a big topic at the Google developer community. So I'm very happy to give the floor to Caitlin. And we are going to raffle. This was something we thought to do today. So everyone who wants to win a certificate exam code, coupon to become associate Android developer or Android developer, we will be giving you a coupon code. It's depending on your level, it's worth $149. So if you tweet, Karen says she missed the happy hour. We are gonna hopefully, if things are safe, do this more. But tweet DevFest
I shared it.
NYC.
I shared it. I already shared it.
Oh, perfect. So DevFest NYC, and you will be able to take your code skills in Android to the next level and be able to showcase them by getting a certificate. But Caitlin, take it away.
All right, awesome. I hope everybody can hear me. I know I just got a notification is unstable, but hopefully that is not the case. I have a very short presentation to start with, just because the code lab itself says that it's 50 minutes. If you take into account any questions that we may have or any Q&A at the end, I want to breeze through this really quick. So welcome to the Study Jam. I'm Caitlin Anderson. We're going to be working on motion layout today, creating beautiful seamless animations in motion layout. So really quick about me, I work at Stream as an Android engineering manager, as Anna already mentioned. That's my adorable dog. She's like 90% of what I do in my free time. And I actually hail from Portland, Oregon. So I'm really pleased to be here with you all. Here's some socials for you, but I'm pretty easy to find if you look for Caitlin Anderson Stream, Stream with 2 E's. And really briefly, motion layout is very connected to constraint layout. So you may need to have a little bit of background knowledge of constraint layout. I'll try and do the best descriptions that I can. But essentially, a motion layout will have a motion scene, and most of the work that your animation is doing lives within the motion scene. It has a transition and usually multiple constraint sets that transition moves between. A little bit simpler diagram here. You have a start, you have an end, and you have a transition. We're going to look at all the different ways that you can modify that transition and the constraint sets today in the code lab. Here's a couple of examples of attributes that you can interpolate between. We'll be using alpha today, we'll be using rotation today, we'll be using scale today. So you'll get to see a couple of those happening. And a couple of, well, once you get into custom attributes, which we will also see today, the sky is the limit. You can do almost anything with those. And we're also going to be covering keyframes pretty extensively. And I didn't include much about that in this presentation, but I figure let's just jump right in. Let's see, I might have to share my entire screen here. I hope things aren't too small for you. I'll up the size of things in there. So here's our code lab over here on the left. There's a lot of disclaimers here at the beginning. One of the biggest ones is the prerequisite that constraint layout will be really helpful to know in going into motion layout. Also, to note for everyone, I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. So if anybody has questions, please reach out there. And yeah, let's get into it. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to clone the code lab. Anybody who's following along with me, this hopefully should go seamlessly. But sometimes things happen. Let me know if you have any trouble. Oh, share the URL. Great point. Here is the code lab. Thank you, Paul. That we will be working on today. So I'm going to go ahead and open that in my Android Studio. I'm using Arctic Fox. They recommend using at least 4.2 because then you'll get the motion editor. Here we go. So now we are in our code lab. Let me see if I can update my preferences to make the text a little bit larger. Let's go all the way up there just so that it's easier for people to see. All right, so we've cloned our code lab. We're going to start with step 1. So let's take a look at what we have here in the XML. I'm going to show the code and design split here so that we can see what's going on in the code and in the design. So we'll see here that we have a constraint layout with an image view. It's currently not constrained, which means that it just automatically jumps up to the top left of the screen. And it's not constrained for a reason, because we are going to translate this constraint layout into a motion layout. So let's do that right now. We're going to start by, apologies here, open the design surface, right click the preview, convert to motion layout. So this is a really helpful tool. I didn't, truth be told, prior to practicing this code lab, I have not used the motion editor tool much, and I definitely didn't know that this this very quick and easy way to translate a constraint layout to a motion layout existed. So it's very helpful. All right, and then we can take a look at the motion scene that it created, which I believe, let's see. Motion scene is activity step 1 scene. So here we are, we have a constraint set for the start and the end and a transition. So we'll be looking at it in the motion editor for this step. Let me load the Droid Studio window. Yes. Let's see. How do I make this bigger? Maybe I will just share the window for now. That will make it a little bit easier to see. Is that any better? All right. Hoping that it is. I thought also that I increased the size here. We can do that a little bit. So let's see. What are we doing here? We now have our motion editor open, and you can see we've got a start and end, and this is the transition here. We want to start by defining the start and end constraints. So I believe this animation that we start with just moves the star from the top left to the bottom right seamlessly. So we will be focusing on the start portion of this motion scene. I'm actually going to switch entirely to design view. We are going to add constraints to it, and you can either do that by clicking create constraint. You can do it here from the attributes bar, or you can also drag these edges and it will automatically create the constraints. So here we can see that we have constraints of top and start. Start is the new left. And so that is how we're going to start with our first view. And we can look here in the constraint set in the scene and note that it automatically added those as we did it in the motion editor. So that's great. And then for the end, we want the red star to be in the bottom right corner. So similarly to how we did it before, we're going to add constraints. I will do it using this because I think it's more fun. And now we have constraints of bottom and end. And we can see over here in our scene that it added those as we would expect it to, which is great. Now we need to work on defining a transition. So a transition specifies the start and the end. We can see that there's already been a transition created for us here when we automatically created the motion layout. And we can update the transition. You'll see that it automatically created it here with a duration of 1,000. We can update that if we wanted to. And the transition includes everything that you need to move between the two scenes, or the two constraint sets, sorry. So we're going to select the transition. And we can sort of see here that we can move our star in between the two states. And this is showing you how the transition works. You can play it on a loop. You can play it backwards. You can play it on a toggle, which is the way that we are going to write our click handler to work. And you can change the speed here too. So this is really helpful if you're doing really complex animations to be able to view what the speed is. And also, I showed this before, but you can drag between. So if you had a really complex animation here, you can see every part of it happening. So very helpful tool. Okay, we're going to add a click handler to this. So these tools up here include adding a click or swipe handler. We're going to add a click handler to it. It's going to transition from start to end, and we want to make sure that we have the red star be the one that's transitioning. So we'll add that. And then when we're in the on click here, we want to also add a click action. So let's add one of those. And we want to do, there's a couple of options here. You can transition to start, transition to end. We want to do toggle. So when you click on the star, it moves from start to end. And if it's already at the end, it'll move back to the start. So now we can run the app. Let me run the app here. And I may need to share a new screen so that we can see our app in motion here. Bear with me. Here's my emulator. It's building. Here we go, step one. So when I click on the star, it moves across the screen, and we can verify that it is listening to what we're saying. I'm going to change the duration to 2000. I know you can't see that right now on my screen, but I'm going to rerun the activity and apply those changes. And now it should be, oh, sorry, I did not hit enter. 2000, 2 seconds. Okay, apply. Now it should be significantly slower, so we can see that, yes, we are affecting the animation that exists in this. So let's go back to our Android Studio. And I think we get to move on to step 2. Are there any questions on step 1? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I feel like I don't know how much anybody else has worked with like object animators or other animation tools in Android Studio or in Android, but this is a lot easier than that for more complex animations especially. And we will get into those complex animations in this code lab. So now we're going to switch to using XML a little bit more. So we've played a little bit with this motion editor. There are definitely great resources out there to learn more about them, but more about how you can utilize the motion editor to help you build your animations. Personally, I don't know how everyone else feels. I feel a little bit more comfortable in in XML. I don't know. I think it's just I've done it longer there. So let's see. Step 2. Here we are. So in activity step 2, you'll notice that we already have it set to a motion layout. So they did that work for us to translate the constraint layout to the motion layout. If they hadn't, it would be as simple as changing this tag to motion layout, and then you need to make sure to add the layout description here so that it knows what scene to look at for your motion scene. We can see here we've got 3 stars now: red star, right star, left star, and the credits. So let's take a look at the scene now. Currently, scene has very few items in it. Obviously, it populated a transition for us. We have a constraint set start and a constraint set end, but we don't have any constraints currently. So let's add some. The code lab gives us a constraints for the start constraint set. So let's take a look at those really quick. We have the red star. Sorry, I'll make this a little bit bigger. We have the red star, which looks like constrains start, end, and bottom. So this will be in the bottom middle of the screen. We have the left star, which is actually alpha 0 to start. So we won't see that one right away. And it also is in the front or in the bottom middle. And then right star is also alpha 0 and at the bottom middle. So we'll really only see the red star to start, it looks like. And then we want to put in our end constraint set. So again, the code lab provides us the code that we want to put in here. Makes it nice and easy for us. And let's take a look at what we are doing in the end. So here's our left star, which was invisible in the middle to start. And now it's going to animate to alpha 1. So it's going to basically fade in. We also can see that we have a chain here based on the fact that there's a chain style. And if we looked at the how it relates to each other, we can see that each of these is constrained against each other, which defines a chain. So it looks like the left star will go to the left of the red one, and the style is packed, so they'll be right next to each other. And then the right star similarly is going to animate to alpha 1 and go to the right of the red star. And then the red star just goes right in the middle. So we also need to add an on swipe tag to the transition. So let's add an on swipe up here in our transition. So here we can see the touch anchor ID. We're anchoring on the red star. So that is the one that it's going to pay attention to whether or not we're swiping, which is a good choice because the other ones are invisible to start. You can also, I should mention, and we will see this later in the code lab, you can also specify a touch anchor side. So if your animation is complex or changes like rotation and stuff, you may want to define what side you want to anchor to, because the animation or the item that you're anchoring to will change in size and shape. And you can specify a drag direction. We will also see that later. All right, so let's run this, and I will share the emulator again. So here's our step 2. And let's see, can I run it? Uh-oh. I forgot a step. This is good. We're learning together. Let's see. What am I missing? Anybody notice what I'm missing? Oh, you know what? I'm not missing a step. I'm just clicking instead of swiping. Silly me. All right, so before we saw the click handler, now we're seeing the swipe. So as I move my mouse here, the stars are animating in and moving to either side. And as a little learning opportunity for constraint layouts and especially chains, I'm going to change the chain style. I know you can't see this, but I'm changing the word in chain style from packed to spread, and we can see a different chain style. So here we'll see that the stars are more spread out. They're spreading amongst the horizontal space that they're given. So that's step 2. We successfully created a swipe handler with our motion layout that has a little bit more complex constraints. We have 3 different views now that we're animating between 2 different constraint sets. So any questions before we move on to the next step? All right, taking that as a no. Here we go. Step 3. So I'm going to close these just for my own sanity. All right, so here is our step 3 layout. We have a motion layout here. We can see that we have now a background, which is a beautiful starry night sky, a moon, and credits. So that's great. And what we're going to do here, it mentions in the code lab, and this is actually very helpful for when you're working with keyframes, is we're going to enable path debugging. So you'll notice, let's see, I'm going to share the emulator again, and we're going to look at step 3 as it currently exists. And here's our moon down at the bottom. And then with the simple addition, which I know you can't see my code right now, but I'm going to add the motion debug show path as they mention in the code lab. And if you're using a newer version, it might be app motion debug. Mine shows an error when I do motion debug, but I will rerun that. And now you can see that we've got this little dotted line here. It's showing us all of the attributes and how they move. So we can see this is the moon start, this is the moon end, and this is actually where the text view lives. So it's really helpful to have this here, especially once we start modifying the path of this moon to see what that path looks like. All right, back to the code. Here we are. This is the line that I added here to show the path. And now we are going to modify that path. So let's look at the motion scene, which lives here. And we're going to add a keyframe set and key position. So this will sort of change the path of the moon in this case. We can see here that the keyframe position is at 50. The frame positions go from 0 to 100. And so kind of it's like a percentage. So halfway through, we're going to move the motion target moon parent relative. So parent relative is one of the ways in which you can create a keyframe. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Percent Y, so 50% of the way down the screen. And again, this axis works from top to bottom and left to right. So a little bit counterintuitive there. If we did 25%, it would actually be near the top of the screen. And so then in that way, we have changed the path of the moon. So let's take a look at that now. Actually, let me just read this really quick. So this is in the code lab as well, but it's like the English equivalent of what this code is here. So at frame position 50, which is halfway through the animation, we will modify the path of the motion target, which in this case is the moon, by moving it 50% Y, so halfway down the screen, according to the coordinates determined by parent relative, which is the entire motion layout. All right, let's take a look at what this looks like. So this is step 3. We've added a keyframe position 50% of the way through the screen, and I will share my emulator again. So here we can see our show path has modified our path of our moon. And here's the key frame, the key position that we've set. And here you can see the text is still in the same spot. I hope y'all can hear me okay. The my computer keeps saying connection unstable. Anyway, so when I tap on the moon, it now moves in a, oh, perfect. Thank you, Sagar. It now moves in a arc path.
Okay.
Sorry?
We can hear you. Everything is okay in our end.
Oh,
Everything's
perfect.
okay.
Thank you, Linda. That's good confirmation. Yeah, I don't know what my computer's doing then, but it's great that you can hear me. And now we got a beautiful little moon path, and we are going to spend a little bit of time in the next couple of steps making this even more complex and interesting. So, are there any questions about keyframes and adding any key positions? I will admit that keyframes are not something that I've used very frequently in my use of motion layout. I know that they're very powerful and very useful, but I have been able to accomplish the complex animations without them. Not to say that they are not totally useful. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. I'm actually going to share a different screen now. I'm going to show the code lab itself because there's some helpful visuals in here. So here is the screen of the code lab. I can make it a little bit bigger, hopefully. Let's see. Yeah. So when we did the moon path change with the key position, we used parent relative. There are a couple of different coordinate systems that you can change your keyframes based on. So we have here parent relative coordinates. I talked about this before. The parent relative coordinates match the coordinates of the screen. So like I said at the beginning, if you have ever forgotten to put constraints on your items in a constraint layout, it will automatically jump to the top left of the screen because that's 0, 0 on this coordinate system. Y increases as the screen goes down, X increases as you go to the right. So that is parent relative. Whenever you change things, it defines 0, 0 as the top left and 1, 1 as the bottom right. There's also delta relative coordinates. So it's change relative. The X and Y axes are aligned with the screen. So it's a little bit different in that way. And delta relative is a great coordinate system for controlling the horizontal or vertical motion in isolation. For example, you could create an animation that completes just its vertical movement at 50% and continues animating horizontally. I have never used delta relative, but I know that there are scenarios in which that will be helpful. The last one is path relative. So this one gets pretty wonky. The coordinate system changes with the item that's animating. So 0, 0 is the start position, 1, 0 is the end position. Path relative seems a little wonky. It's actually very useful in a couple of scenarios. Here they are, speeding up, slowing down, or stopping a view, adding a subtle arc, adding a second dimension when delta relative won't work. So there's a couple of different reasons in which you want to use that. And I would just recommend playing around with these different ways of doing it. The easiest way to understand them is just to use them and see how they work in motion. Okay. We are going to move on to step 4. I'm going to come back to the Android Studio and let's get into it. So step 4, and let's just take a peek at the activity, although I think I know what it looks like because it's probably going to match what we've been using so far. Yeah, we've got our background, our moon, and our credits. So I think this is the activity or the what the layout looks like for the next several steps. And here is our motion scene. So we already have that key position there that we added before. And I'm sorry, I don't understand that question. But, oh, good question. I don't know, maybe Anna can let us know. Are we going to receive a link to watch the workshop later? I'll keep going while we figure that out though. So we have our start, we have our end, and we're going to add some more key positions here to make our arc even smoother. So we're going to add one key position here. I'm gonna get rid of this to do because we're adding them right now. So this one is at 25 percent, or at 25. So you can think of 25 as being a quarter of the way through the animation. And the motion target again is the moon. Again, it's parent relative, and we're gonna have it be at 60% of the way down the screen. So that will be right along the path to the left of our main spot to try and create a more smooth arc. We're also going to add one on the other side at 75% of the way through. That is at the same spot to try and make our arc a little bit more smooth. So I'm going to run that. We'll move over to the emulator again. Sorry for all the back and forth. And take a look. We're in step 4, right? Yes. So now we can see we have our additional key positions here. Before, our moon kind of did like a really strong, I mean, it was still a curved path, but it was not very smooth of an arc. So now we've got a much more smooth arc. And just to sort of show how like fun this can be, I'm going to change those percent Ys from 60% to 40%. So making it a little bit farther up the screen, and we'll see our moon take a little roller coaster ride. And what's really amazing about the motion layout is how smooth it makes this, even though this is not a very common path for the moon to take. It does a really good job interpolating between the points that we're giving it and making it a nice smooth animation. All right, we are on to step 5. And again, please reach out with questions. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. All right, let's open that up. Step 5. So here we are. We have our key positions that we've added before, and we're going to add a couple more. We're going to add some key attributes this time. So this is ways of modifying different things besides position of your target, your motion target. So let's take a look at the first one. We have a motion target of a moon at frame position 50. So that's again halfway through the animation. We are going to scale X and scale Y and rotate it negative 360 degrees. So this moon's going to double in size, and it's going to flip around a little bit by the time it gets there. And then we're going to add another key attribute, which is at the very end of the animation, we want our moon to then rotate negative 720 degrees. So we're going to get a spinning moon on this one. And then another thing that we can do is our motion layout transition will automatically take the constraint start and constraint end like evenly across all 100 key positions. But we can modify that. So if right now we have the, let's see, what's it called? The credits, the text view. And it starts at alpha 0 and goes to alpha 1, and it perfectly smoothly does that all the way across the time. But let's say we wanted to delay that that animation. We don't want it to fade in until about, let's see, 85% of the way through. So this is the way to do it. You say at the key attribute of 85, I still want the credits to be alpha 0, and then it will start animating those credits in. So it's really powerful for modifying your transitions in a way that makes it super easy to change and play around with. Let's take a look at what that turns out like. So we're on step 5. I just ran it. So let's take a look at the emulator. So here's our moon. We expect it to spin, change size, and pay attention to the credits here because they shouldn't animate in until the moon's about here. So here we go. Wow, beautiful. And we'll go backwards. Ooh. We can do crazy stuff with this. I can make it spin really fast. Let's see. If I do that, I'm just gonna make things crazy. Woo! So there's like all kinds of fun things you can do with your animations with key attributes. And like, let's say we want it to get kind of wide. We're gonna make this moon get wide when it animates. Here we go. Whoa. So there's lots of fun stuff you can do. I highly recommend playing around with all of this. It's pretty fun. And I'm just jumping my share screen around all over the place, but we're going to look at this really quick. Here's our code lab again. You can see here's a bunch of attributes that you can change. So we just changed scale X, scale Y. We just changed rotation, and there's just so many other ones that you can do. We've played with alpha via the actual constraint sets, but you can do it within your key attributes as well, which is great. So we are moving on to step 6, I believe. We're really cruising here. Stop really quick. We're about halfway through. Are there any questions? Looks good. All right, here we go. Changing my screen back to Android Studio. All right, so step 6. We're cruising. This is much faster than I thought it was going to be. I hope it's not too fast. Oops, added an S. So now we're going to change the moon color, and that includes us changing a custom attribute. So before we've been seeing all these built-in attributes, now we're going to see the custom attribute change. So here are all of our custom attributes that we're adding to our scene. Let's go down here and throw them at the bottom, and we'll take a quick look at what we've added. So at frame position 0, the moon is going to be white. This is white here. And then at frame position 50, it's going to transition to this beautiful yellow color here. And then at the very end, it's going to go back to white. So we can change things for colors. You could change like all kinds of custom attributes. This is where the sky is the limit, really. One of the things that I changed in one of the projects that I had to do for work was the corner radius. So I actually seamlessly transitioned from a circle to a rectangle, which was really helpful for this little avatar image to expand to the full screen size. There's lots of stuff that you can do with this to make it really useful. So I'm going to run this, and we will see it in the emulator. We're on step 6, and we can see our moon is going to go yellow in the middle, which is beautiful. Does anybody have a favorite hex they want me to put in there? Favorite color? I'm just going to grab one then, if nobody does. I'm going to do a beautiful turquoise here so we can see what it looks like with other things. Run that. And just like that, we've got a turquoise moon instead. And again, this is on the toggle, so you can make it go back and forth. It's very fun. I never used to think that Android animating was fun. Anybody who's tried to do complex animations prior to motion layout will know exactly what I'm talking about. So that's step 6. And we are just cruising right ahead. Let's see, what else can we do? Step 7. So we have all of our previously defined pieces here. And now we're going to explore on-swipe behavior. So we will add, let's see, does the transition has on swipe here already for us. And the touch anchor ID is moon and the touch anchor side is bottom. And you're going to see something really interesting here when I run this and when we check it out. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not change back to the Android Studio, but I also didn't change any of the code. Step 7 .xml is what I'm in right now, and I'm looking at the on-swipe transition. And when we play around with this, we'll notice that it has a hard time when we get up here understanding what the bottom of the moon is. It's just jumping around because the bottom of the moon is shifting all over the place and becoming kind of, it's very, very hard to make this animation smooth with the swipe. And one of the ways that we can fix that is by using a different side of the moon. So I'm going to update, I'm going to keep it on this emulator right now because switching back and forth is, we're just going to change one thing here. So on line 30 of step 7, we're going to change bottom to right. And then I'm hitting the apply changes. And now it's, let's see, a little bit smoother. Still not great. Definitely is listening a little bit better. And so one of the things that we can do to make it even better is we can use a drag direction. So we know that we're going to be dragging it from left to right. So if I put in drag direction, drag right, I'll show all this code in just a moment and apply those changes. Then it's so much smoother. Here we are. It knows what direction we're going. It's using an anchor that's consistent. It's much better. Multiple items in motion. Absolutely, there can be multiple items in motion. We showed that a little bit with the 3 stars at the beginning, but you can have as many items as you want, basically animating. And here we see the credits coming in. Let's see if I can make that more interesting somehow. Let's do some live changes here just for kicks. So if I want to animate also the credits, let's have them stay at alpha 1, but instead they're going to start at the bottom and they're going to end at the top. Oops, at the top. Origin start, change start to start of parent, change top to, why is, oh, because it's already there. Okay. Top of parent. All right. Let's see how that goes. Apply that. Okay, this is fun. I will show you what I got here. It's not exactly what I was going for, which is one of the joys of live changes. But here we can see our credits now have a path that we can see that's going all the way to the top. We can also see that halfway through, their alpha goes to 0. So somewhere in my motion scene, I missed changing the alpha to 1. So we got a very sneaky credits. But yeah, definitely you can have everything in your layout animating at the same time. It may not be the best user experience, but the sky is the limit. Okay, let's go to step 8. All right. Make this a little bit bigger. So in step 8, let me remind myself what we're doing here. Okay. I think in step 8, we start to understand that we can use update our motion layouts programmatically. So in a lot of the work that I do with motion layouts, I use this all the time. There's reactions to different things that are happening in the code. Maybe I want it to only go to 60% of the animation for some reason. Maybe I want it to animate only after this other thing is finished animating. There's a lot of stuff that you just can't specify in the XML. So let's see what we're doing here. Oh, we are doing a coordinator layout for a collapsible header in this step. So it's a lot different than what we've been looking at before. We can see we have a coordinator layout with an app bar, and then our motion layout is within the app bar layout. It has a background, a moon, and some credits. And then beneath it is a nested scroll view with a bunch of lorem ipsum. So let's see what we've got to do here. We want to make the motion layout scroll. So let's add some scroll flags and a minimum height. So I'm copying this directly from the code lab and throwing it in here. Like I said before, sometimes this doesn't always know what's going on here, or your version might be a little bit different. Mine uses app layout scroll flags instead of motion layout scroll flags, so might be the same for you. But basically, we're making it scroll and we're giving it a minimum height. And then we want to add some coordination for this motion. So let's go to step 8, activities. Now we're actually looking at the activity class, and we're going to add some code here. So let's take a look at this code really quick. We defined our app bar layout, our motion layout. I don't know where I'm finding my ID. And on offset change listener. So when the app bar layout changes, we get the seek position, so the position of where we are within that scroll, and we set the progress of the motion layout to that seek position. So the motion layout dot progress goes from 0 to 100. Maybe it's 0 to 1.0. I think it's 0 to 1.0, but in any event, you can set at different places exactly what part you are at in the transition, which is very convenient for a lot of purposes. And so now we will be able to see when I run this that the moon moves as we scroll across this collapsing toolbar. So let me show what that looks like in our emulator. We are on step 8, yes. Okay, so here is our lorem ipsum, very beautiful. There's our moon, and as we scroll, the moon moves across the sky. We also get this really beautiful effect of the background moving, which sort of comes for free, but I love it. And we get our credits joining in. We can go really fast here and come back up. The moon will listen to where we are in the collapsing toolbar. Excellent. That is utilizing, we can take a look at the code again, what our motion layout scene actually looks like. We're using keyframes again. So let's take a look at step 8. Oops. Oh, here it is. So we have our transition, we have our moon moving in our very smooth motion. Yeah, there's some stuff happening here with the credits are animating in. And otherwise it looks very similar to what we had before. That was step 8, and we did it. Congratulations. We've made it through the motion layout code lab. And I would love to open it up to questions. We could do some live fun stuff. What do people want to see or do or know? I'll go to step 2 for now. This is the one with the
That
3
was
stars.
awesome, Caitlin. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. That was so informative and fun. There was one question
Sure.
in the chat. Did we address if there can be multiple items in motion?
Yeah, I showed that a little bit. I can show that a little bit more here if we need. This is a good example actually right here, what we did earlier in step 2, where you have multiple items in motion. We have 3 stars here. And if we look at the step 2 activity, hold on, activity step 2, we can see that here are the 3 items. Oh, one other thing that I didn't mention that is a little bit helpful to know with motion layout is any item that you don't include your constraints on, it's going to expect that you do in the motion layout. But for something like the credits here, where they don't move and they don't change, you can put the constraints on them here and you don't have to address them within the motion scene. So they will just stay as put, and that's really helpful if you're like, I only want to animate this one view and I don't want to have to worry about adding them all to the motion scene, because that can get a little tedious. If you have multiple different constraint sets, you might have to add it to 3 or 4 of them. So yeah, that's a super helpful thing to know. If your item's not going to animate, you can add the constraints directly in the layout. And let's see what we can play around with these stars. Maybe we want to change a custom attribute. Is there anything people would like to see or any other questions that we have?
Yeah, feel free to add to the chat, to the Q&A. If you want to jump on the stage, you're welcome to. We can make you a presenter.
Yeah, let me see. Actually, there might be, I don't know if this will be, this may or may not work, but give me one moment to try and find one other fun thing here. I created a motion layout example of some of the crazier stuff that you can do, not crazier, but more interesting stuff that you can do with motion layout. And I haven't tried to build it in ArcticFox, so we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed. Okay, so, one moment. Oh, that's a different one. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be very happy. It's still building though. So while we're figuring that out, any other questions?
I don't see questions. I guess everybody's clear how to use motion layout. This was awesome and so fun again. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Hope we can do more Android
Absolutely.
events.
Let me just share one resource really quick that I also found very helpful. Nicholas Roord works for Google, very talented, and created a 4-part introduction to motion layout series on Medium. I found that was incredibly helpful when I was learning motion layout. There's some really cool, crazy stuff that you can do with it, and I think it's very fun to play with. So, highly recommend playing around with stuff in motion layout.
Yes, so we did want to have a popular topic today for GDG NYC, and motion layout was one recommended by Google, actually, that it has a good interaction. And once again, we did post the link on YouTube where we are live streaming, so the entire recording will be there. And I'm happy that we have Madonna here as well. Madonna is a GDG NYC organizer as well as Android engineer, and she has led 3 Android study jams. They were more big for beginners, but you're welcome to follow along there. And of course, today's wonderful Code Lab. Oh, we have some great comments. People are thanking you for your session. I'm sure you can see those.
Yeah.
Caitlin. So, Stream is lucky to have you and Madonna. You are wonderful instructors and speakers, of course, professionals as well. Uh, so, thank you for sharing your expertise. We really appreciate it. And once again, tweet DevFest NYC for a chance to take your career to the next level. We'll be raffling a certification exam coupon code for whoever the winner may choose the type of certificate they want. So that's one other benefit today.
Amazing. Thank you so much for having me, Anna.
Thank you, Caitlin. Such a pleasure to meet you. Keep in touch. Happy Friday, and thanks again.
Yes. Bye, everybody.
And now it's time to welcome Fabian Bocart. Fabian, so we are going to follow Fabian for our, well, it's not the last session, but it's a very, very hot topic, hotter than anything, Web3. Who knows about Web3? I think in the last months, I've noticed the NFT community going off the charts. And we have the honor to get an absolute expert on anything that has to do with NFTs. Truly, I know a lot of people are not sure what they are, what they're worth. And Fabian is here to bridge the gap between technology and the art market. We've worked together for many years at ArtNet. ArtNet is a leading platform to evaluate art. And NFTs, as you know, so the art market is an investment, right? And usually a lot of people don't understand why something is worth, especially from contemporary art. They think, oh, it's some kind of a scramble that I can do myself. Well, the art market, like any market, is an investment. And the NFTs is something that the tech world understands, but it's also very wild west. So Fabian basically has all the answers. He has worked in blockchain. Fabian, is that correct? Since 2014. He's been dealing with NFTs and blockchain, and he's also entrepreneur who can evaluate any painting or any artwork using machine learning and having he has his own company which ArtNet acquired. So he's also master of finance, PhD in statistics. Basically, he's one of the, if not the most talented person I ever met. So Fabian, welcome. I did want to share quickly for I have many tabs open. Here we are. So this is a very broad topic. We wanted to make it, like I said, both technical. So Fabian is going to show how we can use Google Cloud to store the NFTs. But here's your chance actually to ask, like I said, any art market or tech topic. So we hope to make it very interactive. Wait, did I share the screen? Fabian, what would you like to add?
After such an introduction, I have a lot of pressure, Anna. So yeah, I worked for a while in the industry, but definitely today is going to be more of an introduction. But I'll be very happy to take questions, and we're going to focus on what is an NFT, but most importantly, well, from my perspective, what is the digital asset behind the NFT and how to store it safely, or at least how to store it in a way that is more resilient and more permanent than single server application. That's what we're going to discuss today. I'll be very happy to take any questions the audience might have.
Fantastic. Yes, like I said, this is your chance to ask anything. And Fabian does have a presentation that covers a lot of these topics. So I'll stop sharing. And yeah, please feel free to use the chat or the Q&A.
Yeah. Yeah, don't hesitate to shoot questions in the general chat. And when I'm presenting, I'll try to address as many questions as I can. And or comments also, of course. So let me share my screen. All right, can you see my presentation right now?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Fantastic.
So as I said, we're going to discuss the decentralization of digital assets, and I'm going to use a virtual machine in Google Cloud to start what's called an IPFS node, and I will explain exactly what it is, or try to give a context to it. And the idea is to offer permanent and resilient storage. So before everything, because we're going to talk about a little bit about cryptocurrency, not too much, but about minting and tokens, I want to highlight that you will have information about some technical aspects, but the presentation does not contain all information that is or maybe material to investors or potential investors, and so that should not be considered as advice in general. Okay, so that's important because we don't really pay attention to those disclaimers, but in cryptocurrency, I think, especially in that world, especially in 2021, it's important to remind that people need to do their research before buying or selling digital assets. So let's start with the concept of decentralization versus centralization. So what is centralization? In the world of transactions, at least, it's when you have a single player or a few players that control transaction records or messages to establish a transaction that control certain assets or some content. And so as an example, a bank transaction usually goes through what is called the SWIFT system. And that's interesting. The SWIFT system is a way to message banking instruction between banks. And when I was I grew up in Belgium, and so I was looking at, if I remember correctly, when I was a kid, there was still is the headquarters of SWIFT is actually in Belgium, and so you can literally go and see that's an aisle of the SWIFT building, and now they have a lot of redundancy and different centers all over the world, but it all started in a single building here in Belgium, where you basically had at the time hundreds of thousands of banking transactions going through. So that's an example of centralization. It's when you have a lot of transactions or an asset being in a single place, and that you can actually visualize the entity, where it is or its denomination. So that's the notion of centralization. By opposition, a decentralized system is when you have a large amount of players who share the responsibility to host or validate transactions or confirm ownership of assets or host content. And so in a decentralized setting, in theory, any given validator has only a marginal impact. That means that if you have a large network of people confirming transactions and one goes offline, there is no impact or virtually no impact on the network and on the transactions. And this is very different in a centralized system where if a bank goes offline, well, the transaction does not take place. So we all know this moment where you want to do a transfer and it's Sunday or it's night and the bank is just closed and you can do the transfer. Like it's going to wait until the next day because a message has to go through the Swift system. Someone has sometimes to review the transaction manually somewhere, and that's a single person is doing that. So that's the difference between centralization and decentralization. And for example, a Bitcoin transaction or the execution of an Ethereum smart contract on the Ethereum mainnet blockchain, that's decentralized. So that means that a lot of computers are working to confirm the transactions. They are not going offline, and they can be executed anytime by many of those validators. Eventually, if the transaction is validated by the network, your transaction is going through, or your execution of your smart contract is going through, and you don't depend on a single player. And so that's the main difference between centralization and decentralization. And why I mention it's important, it's because if you put your money in a bank and or in a security that is not, for instance, FDIC insured, well, the bank goes down, you may lose money. But if you have Bitcoins, you depend on the value of Bitcoin compared to the US dollar, of course. But if some nodes go down, you're not going to lose your Bitcoins if you have stored them safely and securely. So that's the difference. You don't depend on a single actor. And that's very important because the whole advantage of blockchain and is decentralization. So what is blockchain? So a blockchain is basically a ledger. It's a database, if you want, that is maintained by a network of computers. And this network of computers will keep track of all transactions between participants since the very beginning of time, since the ledger began. So that's the blockchain. And each time there is a set of transactions being recorded, they're being added to the blockchain, and every single computers in the network record the same transaction and agree that the transaction or several transactions took place. And so again, if the nodes go down, if a few nodes go down, it does not matter because you still have many computers confirming the validity of the transactions on a given in a given blockchain. So that's the concept is, if you want, permanency of the data, permanency of the transactions that is shared by many participants in the market. Then there is the notion of smart contract, which is an extension, if you want, where you'll have a program that a network of computers can execute. So this time, instead of just having the ledger, you will have also a whole program that can be executed. So for instance, the program will execute certain functions, a transfer of a token from one place to another by a single source. So if the program knows that only one individual or one entity can make a transaction, the network will ensure that only that individual or that entity will be able to execute that transaction. And that's, for instance, using cryptography, where someone with a public key can sign a transaction with a private key that is going to be accepted by the network. Other functions can be done by anyone interacting with the network. For instance, if someone tells you, oh, I own this wallet and I have that much cryptocurrency in my wallet, well, you have the right to query the network. Anyone can query the network and check openly what is in this wallet. And that's simply by looking at the ledger, but you can also execute some functions related to some smart contracts that anyone has this privilege. And for instance, in the case of NFT, we will see that later. In many instances, not always, but in many instances, anyone can query the URL of where does the digital asset, where the image or video lies. So you also have other types of functions that can be executed automatically by the network. For instance, when some successful operations are done by some elements of the network, they can be rewarded, they can be attributed some tokens, and that can be executed automatically. And you can have combinations of all of the above, or with trickle-down effects from someone triggering something that leads to something else that triggers another function. So you can have different degrees of complexity. And so that's a smart contract. That's basically a program that can be executed by a network of computers. That's what it is. And now that those foundation has been set, let me check quickly if there is any question or if it's clear. So far it's clear. So now that everybody is a bit more familiar with what is a smart contract, the blockchain, and decentralization, let's go to non-fungible tokens. So non-fungible tokens are tokens that are minted by a smart contract. So what that means, it means a smart contract will mint a new token that has a unique ID. This is why they are non-fungible, because they're unique. And usually, generally, there will be a pointer to a URL where a digital asset is hosted. So what that means, it means that a smart contract will have a function, and for a given ID, it will return a given URL to a digital asset. So the concept is that whoever controls the transaction rights on this specific token, so it's only a token, but whoever controls the transaction right, the idea is that that person is also the legitimate owner of the digital assets. And that's an important concept to understand, that an NFT is not an image, it's not a video. An NFT is a token that points to an image, a token that points to a video, a token that points to a gaming system or to some objects in the metaverse. All right. So how does that work? You'll have a smart contract. You can create a smart contract with a token ID, and a URL will be generated that points to the image you want to buy. So in this case, a cat. So let me show you in practice how that works. I'll go on OpenSea, which is a marketplace for NFT that is well known. I like cats, so I will go and find cats. And let's take this cat. And you will see that in the details of the page, I see the type of token, ERC721, which is a standard smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain, the contract address, and the token ID. So this corresponds to the smart contract, ERC721, and the token ID, in this case, 4638. Now the question is, given that the NFT is not the asset, it's only the token, where is the asset? Where is the asset? Could it be that this file is actually centralized? Could it be that someone or something controls your asset? So you may have the token, but maybe the file is controlled by someone else. So let's have a look. If I click here on the contract address, I land on the page that's called Etherscan that can query smart contracts. And if I investigate into the contract, I will see that there is a function called token URI that I can query. But how can I query this token URI? thanks to Etherscan, I can, like anyone else, ask the blockchain, ask the Ethereum blockchain, where is CoolCats 4638 actually? 4638. And I query, and the blockchain replies to me. A network of computers has executed this program and comes back to me with this answer. https api.coolcatsnft.com/cats/4638. And if I go to this address, I have a set of metadata. And those metadata points to several things, including here a Google image from a Google Drive. That's my NFT right here. Okay, so this is how you have access to your NFT. Isn't it interesting that actually the token returns something that is on HTTP, that is on a web server? The problem is that what happens if this server goes down? What happens if the person in charge of the server doesn't pay their hosting fees, or the site gets hacked, or the server is blacklisted, or the host goes bankrupt, and so on and so on? You'll end up with nothing. You'll end up with a URL to a 404 page, and that's it. So people buy NFTs because they think NFT is the image, and they rarely know that NFT is actually most often, in most cases, a centralized asset on a decentralized blockchain. Right, so that's some scary number here, that an estimated 90% of NFTs link to centralized web servers. So that means you have 9 chances out of 10, if you don't look at the Ethereum blockchains, you have 90% chance of buying an NFT that will lie on a web server somewhere that is controlled by someone, and that is absolutely not decentralized. Just because there is a misconception that NFT is the image and not a pointer to the image. But fortunately, there is a way to fix that, which is called the interplanetary file system. So in the interplanetary file system, instead of having a centralized web server, a company called Protocol Labs developed a peer-to-peer file sharing system using something called a CID, a unique content identifier. And so the concept is, instead of relying on a web server, you will have an ID attached to the file that can be shared, and you can have multiple hosts. And the way it works is a gateway or gateways are going to access an IPFS network and look at which machines are sharing this content identifier and return the files. And so that's very similar to torrent, for people who are familiar with torrent, or other peer-to-peer system, like in the past, LimeWire and Emule and those peer-to-peer sharing system. And the files are pinned by nodes. And why is it a good thing? It's because as long as you depend only on a content identifier to pin your file, the digital asset that underlies your NFT, you can do it yourself. And so you can make sure that there is always a node running, which is yours, and you don't depend on anyone else. So not only that, but you can start running multiple nodes, and usually the network will also take on some of the burden with third-party providers that can help you maintain the nodes. So all of a sudden, your asset relies on a network, hence resilience. And also because even if everything goes down, you can still re-upload the same file from new servers, but with the same content identifier, making it permanent. So the problem of losing the digital assets disappears when you can point to an IPFS node rather than a web server. And so if you look at what they've done in the Coolcats metadata, the metadata are API Coolcats nft.com, so it's an HTTP web server thing, but they store the image in an IPFS node through what is called an IPFS. This is an IPFS gateway. So they did save the image, they did pin it to a node, but the only problem is, regardless, the NFT points to an HTTP. So that means even if your file is pinned forever in HPFS, in IPFS, if their web server goes down, this metadata will disappear, and there is absolutely no proof that this file is related to this URL. And so you lost it. And so that's interesting because someone paid recently $12 for this, apparently. But before that, someone paid 0.61 Ethereum, which is a bit more than $3,000 right now. So that would be sad to lose $3,000. But anyway. So how are we going to do that? Okay, first, the way what it looks like when you pin your digital asset. Well, you don't need to depend on others, and you will receive a CID, and this is what the CID looks like. It's a set of characters, and that's called the CID. And so that's what IPFS will return, and this is what will be permanent and permanently attached to your file. So the way we're going to do it is we're going to run a VM instance. We can also be more ambitious and have the file hosted on Google Cloud Storage. But in this specific example, I will just use the local storage of the VM instance and then generate an IPFS CID that can be used to mint an NFT. And in return, when people will query the NFT on the blockchain, they will obtain the CID of the IPFS. And when querying the file through a gateway, they will take it from my VM. And so that's the way to make my NFT more resilient. And if for any reason I lose my VM, I can start a new one and re-upload my file, and the same IPFS CID will be generated. So it's permanent. So how we're going to do that? We're going to start a VM. We need to configure a firewall, install IPFS, pin the file, and then mint the NFT. So let's do that. Let's start a VM. So I'm going to create a small instance, and I will call that my IPFS node. Perfect. And I will use a Ubuntu. There we go. I will allow HTTP traffic. Okay. Then we'll give a network tag IPFS. So I created before that a firewall rule that my machine that are tagged IPFS have their port open, so I can my peer-to-peer nodes can access the outside world, and I will create my node. So that's the first stage to start the VM. And of course, you can alternatively do everything I'm going to do. You can do it using Cloud Run 2, just using the VM because it's more convenient also for the demo. But there are many ways to pin a file using IPFS or to run IPFS nodes. Just an example on how to do it. Okay, and I will SSH using the GUI here available. All right. So what am I going to pin? Well, I was thinking of this fantastic doodle we have today, which is a seasonal holiday. So let me download that. Okay, so I have here the Google Doodle now is locally in my VM. And what I need to do is to install IPFS. And that's done in literally 4 lines. I'm going to download the tar file that contains the IPFS system. Up. And in the second stage, I will just tar my file. There we go. And finally, I will install IPFS. There we go. It was as easy as that. And finally, I can pin my file to the IPFS network. So the way to do it, there is first an initializer to initialize my machine, my VM as node. So now I have my VM as an identity. So I'm actually serving the network right now, the peer-to-peer network. And I can pin my file. Where was it? So that's the file I want to pin. I just do IPFS add and then the name of my file. Up, done. This is the CID given by IPFS to my file. And now what I'm going to do is check if it works. If it works, I should be able to go on what's called an IPFS gateway and look at whether or not this specific CID is available online. And so I'm going to ipfs.io/ipfs. So those are web gateways that query the IPFS peer-to-peer network. And so this gateway, apparently, on this gateway, it cannot find my file yet. So let's try to find another gateway. Okay. Oh. I will try this gateway, gateway.pinata.cloud. And it's just a question of time. So after waiting a little bit, every gateway will be able to access my files. This one has already accessed it. So there we go. This IPFS CID, which corresponds to the Google Doodle of today, is now on the IPFS peer-to-peer network. What that means is that no matter what happens to my file, I will forever be able to re-upload it, put it, and point to this specific CID that corresponds to the file that can be hosted by any virtual machine, or even by my local machine, actually. But it's better if it's a VM. So there we go. That's a very straightforward. Okay. So those are the few steps to do to in the file. So very easy, very easy. And what I can do now is to mint the NFT using this link. So I can use the gateway address as my URL. And so now my NFT will point to something that is resilient and permanent, and not to a web server that can go down any moment. So that's about that, actually. I'm a bit ahead of time. Now, among the different possibilities that can be done, but I'm not going to show today, they're a bit more advanced. It's to use Cloud Run. So in that case, you will not need a VM instance. You can just run exactly the same thing, but through the Cloud Run with the App Engine. You can use Anthos for multi-cloud storage. So one might think, okay, now I have my IPFS node running on a Google Cloud Storage, but what if Google itself, for some reason, has problems? Well, in that case, I can anyway run Anthos and query other clouds too to run the same script. And something very, very cool, I can use third-party providers to pin files. And so there is one that's called Pinata that is doing a nice job, pinata.cloud, and they have a nice GUI to pin your IPFS to pin your file on the IPFS on an IPFS node. So that's also a nice solution to generate a CID that you can use to mint your NFT. So there are solutions like that. The thing is that in this case, you still depend on a third-party provider, whereas with your own VM, you can do it yourself and make sure that your node is online. And yeah, I guess that's already it. So the conclusion, and that's what I really would like people to understand when it comes to NFT, because it's so important that the tokens are usually decentralized, but they may point to centralized assets. And so it's not very useful in a way to have a decentralized asset in a decentralized link to a centralized server. And so there are some cases where it's needed, for instance, for gaming. It's more difficult to decentralize the assets, but not impossible. But it's better usually to be fully decentralized and not to rely on anyone to store your assets. And so IPFS is such a solution to decentralize the assets and to have permanent and resilient storage. And most important, running the IPFS node is very easy and it's resilient and permanent. So in my view, there is no reason not to do it instead of using a web server. I gave some extra resources because IPFS is so much more than that. There is a really cool crash course on IPFS available that was given recently that's really excellent on how to manage IPFS data. So that's a resource I encourage really people to read. And then, of course, you have the general documentation that's very well done, and people can look at all the applications that IPFS has. It's really fantastic when it comes to storage and permanency. And also, I want to highlight another project of Protocol Labs that they've done, which is really, really cool, is the Filecoin network. And so Filecoin is a cryptocurrency that is based on time and space. And so what that means is, in addition to everything that exists with IPFS, there is a marketplace to buy storage using this cryptocurrency. And it's really worth having a look at it. And that's also an extra layer for decentralization and permanency using market mechanisms. So that's really worth having a look at the Filecoin network. And that's it. I guess we have a lot of time for any question people might have.
This was awesome. Thank you, Fabian. This looks simple. I mean, for anyone who is familiar with Google Cloud, I suppose, or any cloud. Do we have any questions? I actually had one question. So what happens if your VM goes down? Is replicated, or
so if your VM goes down,
yeah,
if your VM goes down, that's a problem, because you're not going to serve the file to the peer-to-peer network anymore, and unless another generous host has made a copy of your file, which can be because anyone can pin any file on the peer-to-peer network, it won't be available anymore. But if you have a copy of the file anywhere, like for instance in your USB key on your hard drive, anywhere, you can restart a new VM, re-upload the file, and it will be back online. And so the idea is, contrary to a web server, if the web server goes down when you buy, or if you mint an NFT and you depend on, for instance, a marketplace, and your NFT points to a web server belonging to a marketplace, if that marketplace goes down, they're not going to start a new instance just for you. You just have lost your digital assets. And even if you try to re-upload it somewhere, the NFT will always point to that address. But with IPFS, if you mint using an IPFS CID, it means maybe the person hosting the IPFS node initially, be it the marketplace or even Pinata or yourself, goes down. Whoever starts a new VM and repin the file, the gateway will access it, and that's and will store it, and that's it. Not only that, but as you mentioned, it's very likely that once you start being more active in the peer-to-peer network and you query some gateways, those gateways sometimes make copies and pin your files too, so you're less likely to lose them. But even if you lose them, it's not the end of the world because you can restart it and re-put it online. So that's the main advantage.
That's awesome. So let's say I have an NFT on IPFS, and if the VM goes down, if I made a copy myself, I can host it myself, and it will point to my file.
Exactly.
So that would be even, yeah. So if I save the image or whatever it is, then I can host it myself to that permanent link.
Exactly.
And then it will never, I will never lose my asset.
Yes. So
fantastic.
The main takeaway here is there is no free lunch. When companies that host those assets, they have to pay for the storage. So someone has to pay somewhere for storage. It's not free. So people imagine it's free, but what they made us realize is that they actually depend on someone to host their files. And the file is not hosted by the blockchain, which is a misconception many people have. So it might as well be you paying for your own storage, which is the best way in a way to ensure safety of your assets. That when you control it, then you know what can happen. And you can always use, for instance, Pinata.cloud offers a free storage on IPFS for your files, and they maintain it. So you can always use a third party. So to be absolutely safe, you can run your VM, have your own digital assets, mint your NFTs, and then have a copy also on Pinata, which will have the same CID because it's the same file. So the same CID is produced.
I see. So you're saying all these NFTs that we see get sold for millions even can disappear one day, and the person who paid this will be like, okay.
Yeah. So there are many that are already on IPFS. Fortunately, the ones that sell for millions usually are on IPFS or have some kind of hashing mechanisms that allow to identify the file uniquely. So that's good. But I've seen many medium market NFTs that are selling in the $50,000 to $100,000 or 10 to 20 ethers, that are actually pointing to URLs on web servers hosted by some companies that are maybe in for a quick gain, and they're just going to shut down their servers. Or you can have your servers can be stolen too. So that happens. Sometimes a company can forget to renew their domain name. Something as simple as that. Even the largest companies on earth sometimes forget to renew their own domains, and then that's lost. So yeah, so you don't want that to happen to your $100,000 NFT.
I remember one time Google didn't renew their domain.
Yeah.
But they were able to get it back. Seriously, I don't know if it was Google.com or something else, but they literally lost their domain.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
I think even the largest player can forget. Yeah.
Somebody else can do it. That may not get it back.
Yeah, that can be. Yeah, and for instance, this example that I showed on those NFT, those Cool Cats NFTs, the image is stored on the Google Drive, and that's it. So they pinned it also on IPFS, but the metadata, which is where the NFT points to, are on a web server somewhere, and nobody knows where. But people still pay hundreds or thousands of dollars to get a token that points to maybe something that's going to disappear. And the whole point of blockchain is permanency. It's distribution. It's decentralization. So buying a decentralized token on a centralized asset really makes no or little sense, actually.
Do we have any other questions? Anyone wants to ask anything? Now is your chance to ask any NFT question. Web3? No? Yes? Okay. Well, thank you, Fabian. Everybody, how can people connect? Non-social media friendly. Maybe on LinkedIn.
Actually, I have a LinkedIn. I have a LinkedIn, so people can reach out to me
I was
on
tweeting
LinkedIn.
about this, try to tag you.
Yeah, so I will put my LinkedIn in the general chat, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. People can contact me there at linkedin.com/in/Boca. Yeah. And I'm more than happy to help on NFT related questions. Artnet is going to have a NFT sales soon, and so that's also a very exciting development for our company, and I'm very happy to help with those efforts. So please check the NFT market. It's a buzzing, exciting market to be in right now.
So does that mean Artnet will have will use IPFS for those assets?
Yes, that's the thing. I can preach a good word. Okay, I can preach a good word, but at the end of the day, the creators make their decisions. So we can only help creators, but if for whatever reasons they want to use their own web servers, sometimes they do want control over the NFT for copyright issues or copyright reasons or other reasons. So it's up to the creator. But I'm a strong believer in decentralization, so I will not stop advocating for decentralized system of storage.
Also, you're saying the creator may sell it but still want to maintain copyright, so they don't really want to give up entirely.
Exactly. I've seen recently an NFT drop. I think it's a collaboration between an artist and Givenchy. And the terms are basically the NFT cannot be used for commercial use, and the copyrights belong still to the creators, which is okay. I mean, this is fine, but it's important that people know and read before they buy. So that it's an artwork, and a digital asset, an NFT, can be an artwork. In that case, it's important to check the terms. Is a company like VV decentralized? I don't know. The VV NFT at an app. Okay. Let's have a look at VV. Okay, they produced the Marvel ones. So let's see. I don't see. I will need to have access to their smart contract to tell if they're decentralized.
Oh, somebody has a question.
Yeah. Yeah, is a company like VV decentralized? How do they work? So
Well, that was super informative. How to check if what you're buying, whatever it may be, a meme or now there's sports memorabilia and all those things being sold that everybody can know whether what they're buying will be there or not after a while.
yeah, that's always important to just have a look at the blockchain and see what it is. I mean, this is it's important to have a look at what when spending money in general to just check what we're buying. That's
Super.
okay. So yeah, I will do my my research on VV, and if I find where they put their drops, I'll be happy to share them.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fabian. We are supposed
Thank
to
you, Anna.
yeah, we that was great. We can definitely have a follow up with more NFT sessions if you wish. And of course, this is streamed on YouTube as well, so people can reference this presentation later as well. We were supposed to be joined now by the Google AI team for a quick chance for everybody to participate in a survey about robustness AI. And for some reason, the speaker has difficulty joining, which troubleshoot at the moment. We did that already at DevFest Northeast with the responsible AI team from Google joined to do a presentation and to get your opinions on how they can make sure AI is inclusive. Of course, we've heard AI may sometimes be lacking those features, though there's an entire huge team at Google that deals with that. But I'm trying to troubleshoot this at the moment. And if not, we will be doing our most fun part.
There is anything I can help with, Anna? There is anything I can help with the speaker?
Yeah, can you let me add you to that email chain? If you can
yeah.
I don't know why. Please check Yahoo. I don't know why the event is not over yet. I've put the RSVP until 5:30. For some reason, she says she gets a message that the registration is closed and she doesn't get the link, and I'm not sure why.
Into it right now.
Yeah, I thought people can join still. Let me see real quick. But in the meantime, anyone, now is the time for our raffle. Thank you for joining. I feel like we did a great job to have very diverse and great content for any technology, for soft skills, hard skills. Um, please feel free to tweet if you haven't did so. If you haven't done so, DevFest NYC to enter the raffle. And if we are able to have our last session of the day, it's more of a survey for you to help the AI team to give your opinion and to also understand more what they're doing and connect to them. So hopefully Linda can help with that. And also trying to see what the issue is. Oh yeah. Yeah, the event does say the registration is closed. That's sad. Let me see if I can just one last thing real quick if I extend the end time. No, I'm not sure. Linda, do you have any luck? For me, it shows Linda?
Shows that the event it ends at 5:30, so I don't really know why this is happening. I looked in the dashboard. I will try to extend it to 6, but I don't.
I did extend it, but when I logged in with another email, it does say registration is closed, which shouldn't be the case, right?
Yeah, it should not be until the end. They can.
All right. Well, I don't know how to solve this, unfortunately. Oh, Fabian answered the question, but yeah, sorry about that. We always make sure. I didn't realize people cannot join. I was so if you, I'm not sure when the cutoff is. It should have been you can join in any time, and the time is in Eastern, right? On the time is not some other time zone that has expired, right?
Don't really know. Should be. It says Eastern, so I think I'm assuming it should be that way.
I mean, I was able to register, but it said registration is closed. When I tried to, I was able to RSVP, but I couldn't join the event. Oh God, this baby thing is trouble in this case. But anyway, thank you for all who stayed with us. Let me share my screen now. So we do have our fabulous AI camp sponsor. So AI camp, we do have another DevFest coming up, a fantastic DevFest which is centered entirely around AI and ML. And you can see absolute who is who of AI and ML speakers. This is coming up on December 8th. So here is where to register if you'd like to attend. And like I said, our sponsor for today is AI Camp, Bill Liu. He's also the founder of GGG Cloud Bellevue in Seattle. So we'll be co-hosting this upcoming DevFest, and he's giving away AI Camp is a startup for anyone to learn and upskills themselves in AI and ML. So he's giving away a one free course that costs $300. So let's go to Wheel of Names to see who wins that. And then you can see my screen, right? Let's import everybody. DevFest NYC. I see some bots, which we can probably remove, unless your username is a bot.
Can you remember to add that there is somebody who shared in LinkedIn? I send it to you in Slack, the link. She posted it here, but she posted it here in the chat, but it's up on the top. But you can go in the Slack. I posted it in our Slack messaging. And if you can add that name also.
Nice. Does everybody else who is here still see their name? Are we missing anybody? Do we need to add anyone?
So Beatrice Akeme or something like this. I don't know if I butchered the name. I apologize. So can you add even Beatrice?
Yeah, I remember her. Beatrice.
Okay.
We'll
she shared in LinkedIn.
Fantastic. So anyone? Sean is thanking us. Okay, so any last chance AI course? Does everybody see their name here? Great. We're gonna pull the trigger. Ledger. Code Ledger is let me copy that. And I'll share it in our Slack with Linda so we don't. So Code Ledger. I didn't copy it, I guess. Oh, here it is. Code Ledger here. The prize is an AI course. Is that you, Morrison? Oh, fantastic. Please, okay, here is my email. Please send me your email, and we will connect you to Bill, who will arrange for your the Twitter handle that won is Code Ledger. Yeah, that is Morrison. Fantastic. Congrats. That's super. Yeah, please email me and we will get you your AI course. If you're a Code Ledger and you're asking all these NFT questions, that sounds like a great fit. Congrats once again. And then we have, like I said, one more prize, the Android certification exam coupon code. So let's do this again. And you can choose, I believe there is associate one. I know we gave that prize away last time. I haven't checked myself. There is a full-blown developer certificate for Android by Google as well. So if you prefer that, we can set you up with that. Paul, congrats. Paul, yeah, let us know what. I mean, if you don't want Android, honestly, it can be another certification. I know. I know that we've had cloud study jams with you. So something that is around $150 is our budget for this price. You can again email me at ngnyc@gmail, and we can you can choose whatever. If you prefer a course or a coupon for certification that's within that budget, we'll be happy to personalize it for you. What else? Well, if you wish to, Android Associate, fantastic. So I will email you that code, or I have you on Twitter as well. So if you like the Android Associate, I'll be happy to code. If you missed any of the sessions today, then we did have our YouTube channel. Let me reshare that as well. We had fantastic sessions today, starting with Alexis and Dave Snelling on their wonderful app for entrepreneurs. We had our communication workshop. Fabian joined us with some live demos and coding, as well as Caitlin with the Android Study Jam. So I hope you're all happy. This is our last NYC event, but like I said, join the AI DevFest. There's also a few Google Cloud Study Jams and more web events from Google themselves. So you're welcome to do that this next week. And yeah, we'll be back in yesterday. We had a fabulous time. I think David was here early. Oh yeah, David. Hi, David. David was there, and a few other people. Headshots with a super professional photographer. We got together at the beer garden and hung out for happy hour. So hopefully we can do that more in the coming year, but the virtual events will be back next year for sure. So have a wonderful holiday season, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon.
So
Should
Linda,
we
we didn't
take
get,
a,
we didn't get Negar, right? I mean, I don't know what to do.
No.
That's very unfortunate.
Should I add everybody if they want the last screenshot? I took a screenshot earlier when everybody was on, but if anyone likes to join, I'm putting everybody on the stage. Should I turn off the recording now?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. There's no need to record anymore.
This way everybody feels more secure to talk.